Ice Hasan, we love you, my man.
ISOCene 2018.
Hey, Ice.
ISOCene.
What's good?
Hasan, I love you, man.
Y'all ain't ready for it.
Oh shit!
Well, I guess it's that time of the year.
Hello, and welcome to Nonstop Pop.
Coming at you next is Nonstop Pop.
You are listening to Nonstop Pop.
It's nonstop pop.
Non-stop pop.
Nonstop Pop.
Non-stop pop.
Nonstop pop.
Non-stop.
2018.
2018. Non-stop pop 2018.
2018.
2018.
2018.
2018.
2018.
2018.
I still see your shadows in my room. It's to the point where I love and I hate you and I still see your shadows in my room. It's to the point where I love and I hate you and
I know I'd go back to you. On the east side, where you at?
7 billion swimmers, man, I'm going through the motions.
but I give you everything.
Traded for some faces that I'll never know. Notion.
Walking in your Nikes, look at
Take
you.
me to the places and the people that know me. Try to just connect.
Don't get your everything.
There's so many people here, then why am I so lonely? Can I get a connection?
Our reputation's never been resolved.
Can I get a connection? Can I get a connection? Can I get a connection?
Any promises now, can we be?
Can I get a connection? Can I get a connection?
There is nobody, no one there, money.
Can I get a connection?
Give me a run for my money.
Tell me where your love lies. Wasted day is spring the night.
I wanna be with you.
Underneath the sunrise.
I wanna be with you.
Show me where your love lies.
I'm on the way, we ain't got no time to waste. Poppin', you come on the way, and mine away. I don't want pressure, you none. I want your blessing today. Oh, by the way, open the door by the way. Show you that I'm on the way, I'm on the way. I know connection is vague. Pick up the phone for me, babe. Damn it, we jamming. That had a two for your tenant. Irving your hip for your memory. Remember, Gardena, I took the studio camera. I know Top will be mad at me. I had to do it. I want your body, your music. I'm about to big one to prove it. Look what you did. Told you that I'm on the way. I'm like an exit away. Yep. If I didn't ride blade on her, would you still?
Hands on your body, I don't wanna waste no time.
Keep it up, nigga, I'd rather you trust me than to.
You look away, I just gotta say.
You so fucking precious when you smile.
So deep in my feelings. Know this ain't really like me. Control my anxiety.
Lose myself up in those eyes.
Like I'm touching the ceiling. When I'm with you, I can't breathe. Boy, you do something to me.
Sorry if it's hard to catch my vibe. I need a lover to trust. Tell me you're on my side. Are you down for the ride? It's not easy for someone to catch my eye. But I've been waiting for you for my whole damn life, my whole lifetime. Someday I'll make it out of it, even if it takes all night or 100 years. Need a place to hide, but I can't find one. It wanna feel alive outside. I can't find my
You feel it, could you let me know?
Suicide, if you ever come and let me know. Yeah, suicide, if you ever try to let go. I'm sad and go, yeah. I'm sad and go, yeah. Your eyes, not suspended, let go. Suicide, if you ever come and let me know. Yeah, suicide, if you ever try to let go. I'm sad and low, yeah. I'm sad and low, yeah.
Are you really gonna just lie to everybody who you don't like what they have to say about you or the stuff you're working on? I don't know. That's really a great idea. It's like, what's next? Kamikaze 2, the album where you reply to everybody who didn't like the album that you made, replying to everybody that didn't like the previous album. It's slippery slope. I don't know if it's a really good idea.
Gotta concentrate against the clock I race. Got no time to waste, I'm already late. I got a marathoner's pace. Went from addict to a workaholic. Word to Dr. Dre and that first marijuana tape. Guess I got a chronic case. And I ain't just blowing smoke. Bless it's in your mama's face. I know this time Paul and Dre, they won't tell me what not to say. And know me and my party days have all pretty much parted ways. You swear to God I forgot him, the God it made, not afraid. One last time for Charlemagne. If my response is late, it's just how long it takes to hit my fucking radar. I'm so far away. These rappers are like Hunger Games. 1 minute they're mocking Jay, next minute they get the stop from Migos, so they copy Drake. Maybe I just don't know when to turn around and walk away. But all the hate, I call it walk on Watergate. I've had as much as I can tolerate. I'm sick and tired of waiting. I done lost my patience. I can take all of you motherfuckers on it once. You want it shady? You got it.
Yeah, yeah. Woo. Yeah. Sis got blah boy, sis got blah boy. Sis got blah boy, sis got blah boy. Yeah.
Walk it like a. This is America. Walk it like a. Don't catch you slipping now. Walk it like a. Don't catch you slipping now. Walk it like a. Look what I'm whipping now. Walk it like a. This is America. Walk it like a. Don't catch you slipping now. Walk it like a. Don't catch you slipping now. Walk it like a. Look what I'm whipping now.
Who got this motherfucker started? God. Who took your bitch at the party? God. I took your bitch in the party. God. Who that be flags Martian? God. Who that don't pick in the cut? God. Who got them bricks in the truck? God. Them diamonds go hit like a bitch on a bitch ass bitch. Bitch, you a wanna be caught.
No limit, I'm a fucking soldier. Ayy, always lit, yeah, I'm never sober. It's for 3 days in a row, yo bitch coming over. Told that bitch to kick rock, she act like it's a boulder. Ayy, Rory, shopping, that mean copping, always popping, hella popping. She's a bopper, homie, hopping, ain't no stopping. Album dropping, got the city on fire. Bitch lying on me like she tired. I'ma have to fuck around and call Kamaya. Whole stirring up the pot, I'm Belaya. Young girl,
hit it one time, I'm a piper.
Yeah.
If I hit it 2 times, then I like her. If I fuck 3 times, I'm a wifer. It ain't safe for the black or the white girls. It ain't safe, it ain't safe, it ain't safe, it ain't safe. Tell your man pipe up, nigga pipe up. And it bands from the safe in your face when you say money bands turn the shit into a nightclub.
Do you know what you're doing? Who still is that you hurting and bruising? You gon' get the whole world, but is it worth the girl that you lose and you get it?
Babe, don't make a sound. 2 a.m. love, gotta keep it down. Don't wait around, I want to take 'em down. Give me some love, I ain't listening down. Wanna ride in the 6. You wanna dine in the 6. When I lean for the kiss, you said I'll probably send you some pics. I'm like,
Say something, say something.
I want to change my mind. This just don't feel right to me.
Say something, say something, say something, say something.
I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave.
There's no like a mountain. Face smooth like some whiskey. All you gotta do is hit me.
You just wanna fly cause you're lonely.
Eyes closed on the menu. Show me everything you into. You learn everything from Hindu.
Keep on going backwards, keep on losing faith. I thought I had the answers, I thought I knew the way. My brother said be patient, my mother held my hand. Don't know what I'm chasing, don't know who I am.
Young girl,
I don't wanna waste no time, yeah.
want me.
You ain't got a one-track mind, yeah.
I want you to be happier.
Oh, I know. Nobody else can move it. Playing like that you ain't moving.
Right here next to me, everything's gonna be alright.
such a fucking hoe. I know you love me.
Just another nothing more than friends. I don't wanna miss you.
My head and not my
Oh, fucking righty then. Oh, righty then. Let's do the damn shit, shall we? I got too much shit to go over tonight. I got too much. Too much. Get rid of this. Put him on there. Fuck yeah. Coming off of a graveyard shift, so there's no fucking shot I'm using my camera tonight. That's not happening. The bags under the eyes situation is fucking real. Boys, girls, and tempers. It's real. I look like fucking way more shit than usual. But it's fine. That's why I paid a very nice artist to come up with this beautiful emoji-inspired angry little fucker to represent me on those days that I just don't feel like going that extra mile. You know what I mean? But I like to think deep down, I find other ways to convey emotion, thoughts. I get more yapping in per second than anybody else in the game. Tonight. We got so much. We got a lot. We got a fucking lot. Everybody fighting, everybody scrapping. This is gonna be a lot more influencer heavy this evening. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got a lot on my chest. I got a lot of pent up frustration. I got a lot of toxic, hateful rhetoric deep down in my fucking core. And you're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear all of it. You're gonna hear a lot of very not nice language that represents a lot of dark thinking and a lot of dark pent-up frustration. And it's gonna happen tonight. Are you excited? I'm excited. Let's fucking go. First of all, let's kill the happy music. It's fucking up my vibes, fucking up my feng shui. I finally made this button though, for what it's worth. I went in and I was like, pow, pow, and that comes back. But that also kills, pow, that little guy right there. I know. A simple multi-button function action switch thing. 2-year-olds can do it. I finally did it. I'm proud of myself. Fuck all of you for not cheering me on in this moment. Nonetheless, clean up windows. First and foremost, just because HLA is here and I want to give credit, thanks where credit is due. He found, or they, I should say, I don't know if they're loved. That's all I'm saying. HLA found the fucking video that I've been talking about forever, and it is a masterpiece. Not only is it a masterpiece, but it's one of those things that if you're a social media person, if you're a professional social media yapping person that also specializes on the politics and the whatnots, this is one of those things where if 4 months after seeing a piece of information like this, a piece of media that you should be consuming as part of your education to stay up on top of politicians that you are constantly fucking talking about in some way, shape, or form, if in the year of our Lord 2026, in the month of August, you are talking about, I think Zoran Mamdani, I think he might be a socialist. You're dumb. You're a dumb person. You are dumb. You are bad at your job. You make more money than me. You get more views than me, but you're fucking dumb. Because this shit has been out there the entire fucking time.
This great city, unique in its kind, nothing like it in the whole world. And not in the height of its buildings, and not even in its wealth, but in the services to its people.
Start spreading the news.
In making it a city of happy people, and in making it a city of healthy children.
I'm leaving today.
Isn't it great that we're just living in a country where public problems are really the problem of all of the people?
Where public problems are really the problem of all the people. It's almost like there's a underlying theme of collectivism, of shared struggle, of shared burden.
I want to be a part of it.
Here, Fiorella LaGuardia took office with the goal of of building a city that could belong to more than just a privileged few.
I work for the New York City Parks and Recreation.
I work for the fire department, and I'm a fireman.
I work for New York City Department of Transportation.
And I work for Media Collections.
It could belong to those who operate our subways and rake our parks.
For the Office of Technology and Innovation.
As a supply director for the...
I want you to get fired up, okay? This is going to sound a little emotional, but when I've been sleep deprived, I get that way. So hopefully I can take this energy I'm feeling and I can transfer it to all of you, because I want you to picture a world, an environment where the lowliest, fire department worker, sanitation worker, road worker, these are public servants, the same as a mayor, as a governor, as a senator, as a congressperson, even the president. That these are all people coming together to fucking participate in society and make everybody else's lives better simultaneously. The idea being that no one of these people is more important than any of the others, and that they all deserve to live in the place where they work. They all deserve to be able to afford to live and to be fucking happy. That goal should be something that energizes you, should give you a light at the end of the tunnel, something to fight for. If in turn you are like, well, a lot of the tired bullshit that our governing representatives for the longest time have been trying to do, it could work. We could get there with the existing structure. Well, fuck you. It hasn't been working. It hasn't been working. You have suffered one of the greatest defeats in a fucking generation. You have failed to meet the moment. And you are piss scared because you have lost the ability to sell your vision for the future to people that are tired of the status quo. You have a group of people on the horizon. They are still very small in number. They do not have a lot of power, but at a bare minimum, they are saying with their whole chest, they are not hiding what the fuck they are. They are saying, this is what we want to do for you. And for some people, it's got them really excited. And that excitement, fear, makes people defending like the DNC, for example, or the RNC, makes those people fucking afraid. They are in a panic, and you should understand that, because they're not talking about public servants like this with revere and esteem and fucking respect. That is, these people are afterthoughts. That is not acceptable.
Work for Media Collections.
It could belong to those who operate our subways and rake our parks.
For the Office of Technology and Innovation.
As a supply director for the mayor's office.
We build the signs. I work for 301.
Together, we will tell a new story of our city. New York belongs to all who live in it.
And if we succeed here, surely it can be done elsewhere.
And that's the other reason that they're fucking afraid. That is the other reason that they fight this shit. They fight this because they want this to fail. They fight this because the closer you get to something that works and isn't a disaster and results in more happiness and more sense of fulfillment, the more people are going to want to try versions of it, at least in other places. The excuse of it only works in the bluest cities and the bluest districts will only work for so long. Eventually, someone will figure out a way to tweak the mixture just a little bit. They'll get the resources to run in places that are purple, places that are red, and this shit will work there too. So they are afraid of that. Success anywhere is a chance for success everywhere else. They don't want that.
We succeed here, surely it can be done elsewhere.
That was found miraculously, wonderfully by HLA in the chat. Thank you very kindly. That gave me some fucking oomph. What's a purple place? I'm not American, so I have no idea. So predominantly, you only have like really two parties in America. You've got the Republicans and the Democrats. They represent conservatives and then the liberals, essentially. Blue is considered the party of that represents the Democrats. Red is considered the party that the color at least that represents the Republicans. Purple districts, purple states are considered the battleground states, where you have a mixture of enough people to where if you're looking at it through a fucking like the lens of like a pro wrestling mark that thinks everything they see in the ring is 100% genuine, the purple districts and the purple states are where the power of ideas really pour through the most, but that's also considered like a battleground state in America, the way that we talk about our politics. Hopefully that makes some level of sense. Anyway, little opener. I've been talking about this fucking video forever. I need to like perma save this somewhere. It's the goodness, the good juice. We'll just save it, and we will keep it there forever. Because when they turn around and say, "I think Zoran Mamdani is a socialist," a state which is basically, well, I mean, so it's never really a matter of like a 50-50 split by virtue of the fact that in America you have a lot of people that just won't go vote. They'll just turn around and like they'll just be like, because the United States, it's not compulsory voting, and one of the biggest things that we've seen in the last like 50 years is a conscious attempt to basically depress the vote or not. They'll try to get people to come out to vote, but only off of like non-promises. Concepts about democracy's on the line, not what the politician is necessarily going to do for you in a meaningful transactional way, but instead it has everything to do with like the other guy's really bad and I am better than the other guy. And it's like, okay, but what, put the policies in the bag, like what are you going to actually do? What's going to be different? Well, we're not going to meaningfully change anything. It's like, well, okay, things suck now, and you end up in circumstances where the Republicans win off of that apathy and that those disaffected voters that think that nothing matters and this isn't worth their time. You know, nice, cheerful, happy fucking shit like that. Anyway, I haven't watched this one yet. I'll give this will be our opening little offering for tonight. It was a Noah Samson video from the other day.
If you actually gave a fuck about Iranians, you would want Iran to be bombed. And of course, as any manipulative pro-pally would, he puts a picture.
If you, oh no, if you give a fuck, hold on.
If you actually gave a fuck about Iranians, you would want Iran to be bombed. And of course,
if you cared about them, you would drop Liberty bombs on their heads, dude. That's fucking awesome. That's amazing. If you cared about these people, you will drop 2,000-pound bombs on them so that they can be liberated and freed. If you cared about them, you would want all of their energy infrastructure destroyed. If you really cared, if you gave a fuck about these people, you would want to make sure that their streets ran with oil and then were lit on fire, creating a scene out of numerous Hellraiser movies. That's what you do when you really give a fuck about a group of people. You want to see their entire lives fucking obliterated.
of course, as any manipulative pro-pally would, he puts a picture of a clearly sick child who's very malnourished next to his fat mother. She has been yapping about a famine since 2023. The thing you don't know about Bisan is that she just keeps getting fatter.
Actually, that's really gross. It's not true. And on top of that, being a journalist almost guarantees that she's put into something of a higher echelon, like financially, than most of the other people living in tents and shit. But if you look at her over time, she has lost weight. Like, sorry, I don't know what to tell you, but you're just being fucking gross.
About Bisan is that she just keeps getting fatter.
لازم تسمعني يا أخي احنا قاعدين بنموت من الجوع.
So this is Mia.
Oh no. That's an interesting choice of pointing out who you were talking about, brother. That's yeah, spicy.
Yes, she is an Israeli social media influencer who I made a video about a couple months ago. Well, it turns out that she actually responded to my video. As some of you may recall, she made it a point to stress that she is a very honest person.
I always hated.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's also true. Because it doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting like nutrient rich food or the things that are necessary to actually, they could be filling up on like fucking, I think in some cases they literally are. Like some of the only food that they were getting their hands on was like lentil noodles and shit. Like imagine if you were just given all the top ramen necessary in the fucking world, right? Off the like they just, the only thing that the IDF was backing up to the gate of like Gaza was just top ramen packets. No water, you know, you figure that shit out on your own or you eat them dry, but you could just eat, you just munch on as much top ramen. You wouldn't necessarily waste away to a fucking skeleton, but it also means it's like your body has none of the shit necessary to fucking survive. But again, right, the way that people's physiology kind of, you know, to the degree that it like shrinks over time or whatever from lack of proper diet is not necessarily indicative of, well, we're not going to give a fuck about what's happening to the people in Gaza until they're all skeletons. It's very fucking disingenuous. And that's also the other thing. It's like, you're an influencer. Don't sit there and fucking talk shit like that because you're not a fucking doctor. And when this shit, there should be an element of self-preservation where you at least kind of hedge your bets. If you're going to be a toxic shithead, and don't get me wrong, I have been on numerous occasions, you should at least try to design what you're doing and what you're saying and what your advocacy is so that even if you end up being wrong, you're still ultimately trying to advocate for the people that are getting fucked. You should still be trying to advocate for the underdog in a particular situation, someone that is obviously clearly still basically being abused or mistreated by virtue of the fact that, like, what she's doing is cheering on the fucking oppressor. She's cheering on the people that are doing the brutality. So if there's tidbits, if there's fucking pieces of information that are essentially wrong in the grand scheme of things, you still end up looking like a fucking asshole if you've been cheering on the IDF the entire time.
Liars since I was a little girl. I just couldn't handle it. I've always been like this disgustingly honest person.
And in this response, she restates this point again and goes even further to claim that she never, ever lies.
I've always been like this disgustingly honest person.
And is this...
Oh yeah, I have. It is actually crazy how honest of a person I am. And at the end of the day, I am the way that...
You can be honest and full of shit. You can be honest and evil. You can be honest when you're like, I think this person still looks fat that's going through a fucking circumstance that you wouldn't want to go through ever in your life. There's so much to her. Is she being honest with her opinions? Yeah, sure. Is she correct? Fuck no, she's not. She's being truthful and fucking evil at the same time. And she's fucking, you know, she's cheering that aspect on. We live in an attention economy where in this moment, you can still make a decent amount of money fucking pandering to the people that just don't want to ever have to critically think about how they're backing the wrong fucking team. The team being the civilians, mind you, but
I am because I like to sleep well at night.
Fuck you.
Do not tell lies. Ever.
But after saying this, she proceeds to lie about every single point, literally everyone, for 2.5.
You don't say. I would have never fucking seen that coming.
Half hours straight.
If I show a source from the IDF, which again, it's true, it's based on the field, we are the ones doing it, it's all documented. Anybody in...
Who's doing the documenting? The police investigated themselves and they found no wrongdoing. It's so weird. Fuck.
Gaza that's ever faced some sort of hunger, you can blame Hamas. To find the pro-Israeli side, you really have to dig deep.
And this might be the best example I've seen of how if you want to defend Israel, you have to be fully dedicated to inverting reality, to living on a completely different planet. There's so much to cover here that I'm gonna have to break this up into multiple response videos, I think. And so this one will center on a specific topic, which is the lies that Mia tells to justify Israel's starvation campaign in Gaza. So first, Mia denies that a famine even took place. There was a famine in Gaza.
There's still, like, to this day, you have some of the, like, the libs that at least have wisened up to the Trump era, and they're willing to say that, well, like the 70 days under Trump, that was genocide, dull, but that was what Trump allowed, and that Kamala and Joe never did that, and that's why Trump is worse and Kamala and Joe are better, and that those damn lefties fucked us out of our, you know, glorious liberal uprising and revolution where we would have seen a new prosperous age of liberalism or whatever dumb fucking shit. So they'll do that, but This gal can't even admit to that because she's got to be in the camp of like completely defending everything that Israel has done. So she's even further to the right of the people that are like, well, I just don't like Netanyahu. No, she's saying the whole thing is fine.
And there wasn't.
What is she basing that off of then exactly? Well, her evidence is of 5 Instagram reels of Palestinians who are overweight. In her response, she just plays the videos and starts making fun of the people in them, laughing at them, making jokes at their expense.
أنا هيما بربخ من سكان مدينة غزة لازم تسمعني أنت اللي بتشاهد الفيديو لازم تسمعني يا أخي إحنا قاعدين بنموت من الجوع.
He's been starving since breakfast.
Yeah, pretty disconcerting stuff. Her point here is that, you know, if there's fat people, there's no famine. That proves it. But that's not true. Famine, or IPC phase 5,
it has to do with how many people per thousand, not to say that every person in Gaza has to look like a skeleton, first of all. Second of all, like was mentioned earlier, if you have different health conditions and shit like that, your whole body will like retain water. There's different elements that will still keep you like plus sized. It could be that you're fucking big as shit. You could be an elder, like the person that they showed earlier. Now, I don't know if this is the case, mind you, but the old lady that they show in the chair that looks disabled could be that she's fucking disabled, right? It could be that even though she is like not really, like she could be wasting away slowly but surely. But the idea being is like she can't fucking get up and exercise or anything like that. So she's never going to slim down in such a way that she's going to look like, you know, like the word I'm looking for, like some sort of trope of like what a dying person's gonna look like the fucking the kids with palsy that fucking have died, that have literally been starved to death. People's physiologies fucking react differently. And again, on top of that, there's people in fucking bumfuck Appalachia in the United States that are obese and malnourished. They are obese and they have no like actual life preserving fucking nutrients in their body. Just because you're eating whatever you can get a hold of, and even if your body weight doesn't necessarily change, for everybody's circumstances, it's going to be a lot different. Also, the other thing about Gaza in general, from the jump, even before October 7th, you had examples where you had some affluent people and then a wide spectrum all the way down to like a majority broke ass people. What was available and could be eaten by people that had more money than other people that set a fucking metric prior to all of this shit isn't some kind of indicator as to how many people are justifiably or rightfully or definitely in a position where they're fucking starving. Not to say that everybody has to be skinny as a rail before you actually finally open up your goddamn eyes and realize that those people are being deprived of food.
That's a very specific definition.
Phase 5 is a famine or catastrophe. And that's when the entire system is collapsed. That's when mortality rates are now elevated above what we call 2 per 10,000 people dying per day. When
2 per 10,000 people dying per day. Yes, that can add up. Yes, there should be bigger numbers. I get all that shit. But if you listen to another commentator, like this fucking human being, this person that he's reacting to, or many of the people that you've already seen talk about this topic, they're going to act like there should be just mountains of bodies everywhere if you're in this no, that's not the case. That's not how it works.
Nutrition rates are above 30% global acute malnutrition. And when food consumption is so bad that over 20% of the population in any given area are just not able to even eat enough food to sustain themselves.
So notice in that classification that there's no requirement that everyone looks like skin and bones. The post that Mia is citing here, where she's making fun of this man who's talking about his people being starved to death, it's dated August of 2025. And what was happening in August of 2025? Well, that's the month that the IPC declared the famine in Gaza. And at the time, because it was a famine, people were starving to death every single day. In that month alone, nearly 200 people died due to malnutrition, and 103 of those people were children.
It is a famine.
So, and here's the other thing with this, right? They do not have the proper like infrastructure necessary to treat, document, report on all of these cases that may seem like a fucking small number if you don't have any like human empathy or a soul, I think is the word I'm looking for. But one of the aspects that goes hand in hand with this is the number is almost certainly higher, but you have people that are so fucking isolated, so cut off from proper services, that not all of them are even going to remotely be reported. That's by design. That's by nature. If you blow up the fucking hospitals, if you take away all of the ability to like normally communicate, if you obliterate all that shit, then the different hospitals aren't even necessarily going to be able to talk to one another. The shells of like bombed out husk of a building where they are trying to stitch people back together are not going to be able to communicate to one another in a meaningful way so that Gaza as a whole can keep track of anybody that does fucking pass away from malnutrition. And if they don't have the expertise, if they don't have the equipment, if they don't have the necessary things to do the proper like assessments of people that are sick and dying, then they're also not even going to be able to necessarily say that any one given cause is what caused somebody's death. You would have to have like proper tracking of like excess mortality rates and shit like that. And then you could start to go like, well, the likelihood of this being like a famine death versus, was it a lack of food that exacerbated other medical conditions and shit like that. A lot of this shit is actually more complicated than just some fucking ghoul sitting there reducing it down to like, where are all the bodies?
Malnutrition, and 103 of those people were children.
It is a famine. The Gaza famine.
The IPC classification of famine only happens when 3 thresholds are met: extreme food deprivation, acute malnutrition, and starvation-related deaths. All 3 have now been breached in Gaza City.
By the end of September 2025, famine is projected to further expand to the governorates of Deir el-Balah and Khan Yunis.
Today's report confirms our worst fears, that children's diets have collapsed, with basic nutrition out of reach for most.
More than 12,000 children were identified as acutely malnourished. It was the highest monthly figure ever recorded and a 6-fold increase since the start of the year. Hunger and malnutrition.
Now, influencers that are clearly trying to do propaganda, that's one thing, right? If you're evil, you're evil. It is what the fuck it is, The people like this woman that he's reacting to, she's in it for the bag. There's a possibility that she knows exactly what it is she's saying. She knows, to the degree that it's a warp of the truth or reality. It could be that she's just blindly locked into whatever she is pushing forward. It could be that these are motivations of like hatred, that she doesn't see these people as human beings. She sees it's all like the entirety of it is fake, whatever the case may be. But then you have another cross section of people that essentially they are trying to ride some middle rail where they're like, well, it's bad, but at the same time, it's not as bad as what they're saying. And ultimately, they still don't want to turn around, and they're trying to admit to some level of awful, but without committing to what they want to see done. They want to throw their hands up in the air or say something along the lines of like, it's bad, but I can't do anything, so why are you talking to me about it? But they'll still always turn around and utilize this shit to defend it in the event of like debates or whatever, right? Because they still have to figure out a way to defend Biden and Harris. So the thing that they rely on is some degree of ability to take like these people that are talking to you, like this guy. This is his whole job. This is like what the fuck he does. And you're telling me that this guy is lying and like somebody like Hutch and Lonerbox are telling the truth, essentially. That this guy is full of shit. He's malicious. He's fucking fibbing. Or like this other motherfucker, that this guy also lying. This professional, that this is his job. This is the area to which he fucking stays, entrenched in. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This guy also doesn't know what these are all people that are in it to like make Israel look bad. That really the Gaza Strip is flush with food. These are people that were already sick. They have these fucking, it's just like, no, you can't trust all of these people. It's all a conspiracy. They're all in on it. As opposed to just going, maybe you're fucking wrong. And this host of people that have been doing this professionally for their entire lives and have also been locked out of helping these people as they were previously, maybe they're actually right. And this is like a fucking actual like man-made atrocity where these people are suffering because of political will and political determination. Bigoted politics, a desire to want to see a neighbor just get wiped the fuck out. Maybe it's that, you know, like that one of these two things are likely. Maybe the YouTubers are right. Maybe the YouTubers are right and all of these people are fucking crooked, or hear me out, these people whose jobs it is, the unglamorous, let's go to awful places and just try to barely keep people alive with whatever charity money and you know, people donating to avoid taxes and shit like that. Let's try to turn this into something that helps preserve people's fucking basic dignities and their ability to fucking live and exist. That's what these folks were doing. And they've been locked out. So, you know, I'm not telling you who to believe. I'm just trying to give you like a picture of who's basically arguing with whom.
Fold increase since the start of the year. Hunger and malnutrition are not only about empty stomachs. It weakens bodies, fuels disease, cripples health systems, and robs children of their future.
It is a famine that we could have prevented if we had been allowed. Yet food stacks up at borders because of systematic obstruction by Israel. Enough. For humanity's sake, let us in.
And I actually presented this fact that the IPC...
The other thing too, right? Again, there are definitions for this shit. But then when you hear people talk about it, they go, well, where are all these people that are down to skin and bones and on the verge of death? Well, wait, is that your metric for finally signing on to wanting to see something to be done for people that are fucking suffering? Is that what you're projecting into the world? That the only reason you're ever finally going to turn around and be like, okay, you know what? I changed my mind. What's being done is really fucking bad and we should do something about it. Is if every kid in Gaza ends up looking like the palsy kid. That's what you're saying and signing on to? Like, that's the other question I think is fucking worth asking to a lot of these people.
For humanity's sake.
But people think conflating all the Jews with these actions won't eventually have blowback. It's the other thing too, that we'll get to that conversation. I'll watch that video next because that little piece of shit fucking pissed me off. But the important thing about that argument and the reason why that clip job on that fucking video was so bullshit is because he says mixed in throughout that rant, it wasn't even really a rant, but mixed in throughout that fucking thing that he was saying was like, American Jews are not singularly focused on Israel. He kept saying that over and over. The whole point is that you do have some people that push that fucking line. They want to speak out on behalf of an entire like ethnicity and religion. That's fucked. You don't do that. You don't do that. Even when there's people that are presenting like they come here. I don't always have a lot of people. Sometimes I have more than what I do right now, but the fact remains, even for the people that are like, well, if you look at polling and it shows that certain numbers of, Israel proper are completely supportive of what the fuck is going on in Gaza. I'm like, yeah, but you still can't, like, if once you start getting into where you're writing off an entire people, that's where that fucking bigotry and shit comes from. And that's where it ends up thriving. Like, you can't do that. You still have to hold out and give credit when there are small pockets, even if they're small pockets where they're pushing back on this shit or protesting. There are good fucking people of every race, creed, fucking ethnicity, religion. You can't ever get to that point because that is right-winger fucking bullshit when you turn around and say that all of the people are a monolith. And that's one of the things that fucking Hasan does not do. One of the things that fucking pisses me off. I get pissed. Oh, there's a fucking... The George Carlin line. I need that for a second. I'm thinking about it. There's this line that Carlin's doing a bit. They'll probably get the YouTube VOD fucking clipped. Oh, it's just one line here.
Well, I get pissed, goddammit!
Yeah, this needs to be a. I need this for a YouTube, for a button, for a cam button thing. Just him going,
Well, I get pissed, goddammit!
I need that. Better quality, but I need to find that and fucking save it. That would be dope. Anyway, but yeah, the way people attack this, the way they defend it, the way they fucking. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Let us in.
And I actually presented this fact that the IPC ruled a famine in Gaza in my first video. And how does Mia deal with that? Well, let's just watch.
The IPC, the highest governing body tasked with determining famine levels, declared a famine in Gaza. Hundreds of people starved to death.
Words, blah, 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 blah.
Hundreds of...
So, yeah, that's...
Oh, I want so many different forms of terms of service to be lifted. That's where we're getting. That's like, and it's not good. It's not good that I think these things. I don't like it myself personally. But it's like, there's just, you see that and there's just reactions. And I'm not even saying anything misogynist or you know, bigoted in any capacity. I just want her to keep herself safe. You know what I mean? Like starving to death. And she's saying blah, blah, blah. Words. Even one person starving to death. You know, that's like, you know, the pain, like, that's a painful, slow, fucking miserable. Your stomach eats itself up. It's just misery. It's just pure misery. And she's like, whatever. Fucking, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's pretty self-explanatory. Literally just plugging her ears and closing her eyes and going la 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 la.
Blah, blah, blah.
And as soon as you see this, the rest of the video is so hard to watch because she's using these like demonic arguments that are also disproven by the report that she refused to engage with. You're being manipulated by images of starving children because some of those children that are starving are also sick.
And of course, as any manipulative pro-pally would, he puts a picture of a clearly sick child who's very malnourished next to his fat mother.
I can't do it, dude. I can't. The sound effects, the Pixar grin. This is not just like being confidently wrong. It's being confidently literal Hitler. This is a common method of starvation denial, right? I actually just saw Van Jones, the former CNN anchor, making this point.
You have legacy media that's also terrible and falling for nonsense.
Right.
For instance, you know, the picture that broke everybody's heart of the...
We watched this the other day. This is taking a victory lap saying, hey guys, the only people we starved were sick kids. That's all this is saying. This is like flaunting this. This is saying, hey, because like, there are a host of different ailments, different issues, like it or not. And even though there's not that many people here right now, everybody knows at least one person has had something wrong with them that they had to go on like a special diet. And as long as you were able to go on the special diet, you could keep the issue in check. It's very common. And what happens if you are completely cut off from the ability to maintain that special diet? That means you fucking starve to death. Simple. Like this, you don't even need a fucking degree to follow that logic. So when they show this and say this was a hoax, that the images used, it's like, dude, it's still a kid that fucking, now it's a sick kid that died an excruciatingly fucking, unpleasant death that could have been prevented, could have been avoided. And this is like this is an own?
Called starving baby turned out to not be a starving child. They cut out the full...
Turned out to not be a starving child. Well, then how the fuck did it get down to that weight? Just by happenstance? That kid needed a special diet. That food was denied that kid. It was cut off because the only thing that you were able to get your hands on for the most part was the boxes of fucking noodles that they were giving out at the GHF or whatever the fuck.
That showed the sibling perfectly fine. That child had a genetic issue. It was not being starved by Israel.
But it's on its face totally monstrous, because in every case of famine, the first people to die from
Are the sick
starvation
kids.
are people with pre-existing conditions and illnesses, especially if they are children. So the fact that the children that are malnourished, as she says,
very malnourished,
are also sick children, it just kind of proves the point, right? The image in the thumbnail is of Muhammad al-Matawak. His condition was described by NPR as being nearly all bone, with protruding eyes, a swollen stomach, and a spine so sharp and so defined it seemed it might poke through his thin skin. So that was the result of his 30-year-old mother being too malnourished herself to produce breast milk, and the restrictions on entry making it so that baby formula was unavailable. A widow, al-Matawak, went from hospital to hospital looking for food or milk to offer Muhammad and her other child, his 5-year-old sister, but says she has been unable to find any. The one remaining pediatric ward treating malnutrition in Gaza closed down this month, citing a lack of food and medical supplies. Mia's next defense of the deliberate starvation of children is suggesting that the images showing their hunger are not actually real because they're being staged.
Could you quickly tell me what this is?
This is someone trying to show the circumstances to which people are having to fucking wait in line. Some of these videos, you ended up seeing examples where, because people were so fucking desperate, they ended up dropping some of the fucking hot food onto like smaller kids lower than this. Going to accuse you of being anti-Semitic for watching this video? Probably. Fuck that dude. I don't even want to say it. Fucking. Anyway, there's been. Are you not supposed to document any of this shit? Are you not supposed to fucking capture it? What are we talking about? And not only that, I don't know. And also, it doesn't fucking matter. If you capture it from this angle, then that's bad that you did it. But what about the different times where you've seen things from a different angle, where people are crowding around like one area where they're handing out loaves of bread and it's like the last bakery in a fucking region before even that got shut down? They're hanging their hat on like a specific photo and then trying to hang a fucking narrative around that. There's nothing here that says this was staged. It's documenting a fucking journalist taking a photo. Like, they're acting like because the anything involving a Palestinian photographer or a Palestinian journalist that's doing any of this work or capturing any of this shit, they're acting like fucking journalistic embeds throughout any sort of conflict for as long as there's been journalism isn't a fucking thing.
Quickly, if you could tell me what the fuck is this?
They're trying to film a fucking charity commercial. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I can explain what that is. That's an aid worker filming promotional material for social media to help with donations so that they can purchase goods and feed starving people, hopefully. The reason they have to film things like this is partly because when they tell the world that they're being starved, the world doesn't believe them. And the reason they don't believe them is because of people like you. And that other photo you showed of what you refer to as staged Hamas propaganda, that's actually just a barrier between the starving people and the people who give the starving.
This is, and again, this is, there was a, I brought this up when I was talking to fucking North. There was an AOC, hold on. There was an AOC, and this is a lot, like, this might as well be fucking ages ago, eons ago, ages and ages. Oh, hello. So she went to, I don't even know if the fucking photos is it that old. I try to do like AOC. It defaulted on say I didn't did fence and it fucking changed it on its own. It just keeps defaulting to fiance. I can't even find the old, like, there was a thing of AOC outside of a ICE detention facility. Maybe just stop typing in fence. Stop doing that. And she was like in white, and here we go. Yeah, for some reason Google was like, fence? Did you mean fiance? Did you mean fiance? So you had to look at the time like pretty decently. But she goes to a ICE detention facility and they were fucking terrible. And when she was taking a tour of the inside, they were talking about things like her getting like sexually assaulted. They were fucking saying gross shit to a lot of the female detainees. And the thing of it was, if you turned the camera like 45 degrees to the left, there was videos of this shit that you could see the building that she was looking at. But the way that a lot of the right wingers were dealing with this shit was that there was nothing there, and she was just acting that there was like no facility whatsoever. There was another angle of this to where when you watch up the roadway, the building is like off over here. And there were YouTube videos and shit where you could see exactly what the fuck she was looking at in that photo. There's a reason that these guys are looking over this way in a lot of this shit. So this is the same thing. It's just, hey, we have this narrative. We want to make fun of somebody. We want to say that this is fake and bullshit. And then to turn around and for this ghoulish woman to basically only show, oh, where's the fucking other photo thing? For this ghoulish woman to only show like this and only this and not do any extra legwork, not do any extra fucking like research to go, is there more footage so that you can show multiple angles? Multiple angles changes the fucking dynamic for this quite a bit. But let's hold that back, because that doesn't feed the fucking fervent sickos that just want to turn all this shit off and pretend like these people aren't suffering at all.
This is partly because when they tell the world that they're being starved, the world doesn't believe them, and the reason they don't believe them is because of people like you. And that other photo you showed of what you refer to as staged Hamas propaganda, that's actually just a barrier between the starving people and the people who give the starving people aid in their pots. The photographer is documenting.
Notice how on most of these fucking arms, you can see like the wrist bones. And there's no like girth to the forearms or anything for the fucking people that are here. You know, just little things. That lady wants to find the random obese person and say that that means everybody in Gaza is fine and that the whole thing's a fucking fluke. But when you go to see the people that are holding out a fucking dirty pot in the hopes that they can take something back to a tent with their remaining family members in it, those people aren't looking so fucking hot.
The scene from behind the barrier. At every humanitarian aid site, especially at this time, they needed barriers because so many people were starving and so few organizations actually had food that people were literally clamoring over one another to hopefully get some kind of food so their families would not starve to death.
And there were circumstances where you would see smaller kids near the front, and unfortunately some of them got like hurt. They got pushed into the fucking railing. There were people that were fucking starving and they weren't being careful, and it's unfortunate, and I'm not, you know, the fuck, like people were not trampling, what's the word I'm looking for, basically they were so like, because it wasn't even necessarily guaranteed to have enough to go around. Like, it's not like everybody's pot was going to get filled, you know what I mean? So there was an urgency, and in some cases the people in the back trying to push to get an arm up and over because they were worried about getting the fucking gruel or whatever the fuck this is back to the people in their tent. They were putting pressure, and people near the front were getting crushed.
Again, the evidence she's using to deny that a famine took place is evidence of famine. And from here, she moves on to another classic, which is, you know, Hamas is stealing aid.
But there was a famine in Gaza.
There isn't. And there wasn't. And anybody in Gaza who is starving is because of Hamas. Hamas is stealing the aid.
Except Netanyahu eventually admitted that he was arming a mixture of like Palestinian Authority hired like mercs that were subservient to Israel that were, well, that's the Al-Shabaab. I was getting there, god damn it. But like Al-Shabaab, there was reports in the Times of Israel where they were basically having these, like, not even necessarily Al-Shabaab, but they were just people that were desperate because of the scarcity that were stealing. They weren't Hamas. Hamas was basically in hiding, but they were stealing in view of the IDF, and the IDF didn't give a fuck, basically. You know, it's even when the food was stolen, it was, I'm sure he's going to talk about this.
Anybody in Gaza that's ever faced some sort of hunger, you can blame Hamas.
How convenient for Israel that they can just do that. Again, just lying, right? There's no evidence to suggest that Hamas has been systematically stealing any kind of aid going into Gaza. And that's not according to Hamas. That's according to Israel and the United States. For nearly 2 years, Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid provided by the United Nations.
The other fun part about this is in almost every outlet that I've ever heard or read articles talking about this, they say, they basically make the statement like this: Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid provided the United Nations and other international organizations. There'll be one more line when it's in the story. It says, to date, Israel has yet to provide any evidence to prove these accusations. They all end up saying it at some point.
Nations and other international organizations, the government has used that claim as its main rationale for restricting food from entering Gaza. But the Israeli military never found proof that the Palestinian militant group had systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to 2 senior Israeli military officials and 2 other Israelis involved in the matter. In fact, the Israeli military officials said the UN aid delivery system, which Israel derided and undermined, was largely effective in providing food to Gaza's desperate and hungry population. According to the US Aid Review, of the 156 incidents of theft or loss of aid in between October 2023 and May 2025, they recorded 0 reports alleging that Hamas benefited from US-funded supplies. The report did implicate Israel, though. At least 44 of the 156 incidents where aid was stolen or lost were either directly or indirectly caused by Israeli military actions. Again, this is the United States saying this, right? Israel's greatest ally, the country that funded and is funding and defending tooth and nail the genocide Israel's committing. Does Mia engage with any of this information, any of these reports? No, of course not. Instead, she offers her, again, bulletproof evidence of Instagram reels, just like a handful of unverified, unsourced Instagram reels showing footage of groups of armed men in and around humanitarian aid trucks.
Oh my God. The other thing that's really gross about this shit, and this is something that I've encountered more than 0 times in the last like 2 or 3 years, especially with Instagram, especially with Twitter, there's accounts that will take like a store opening in 2022, advertise it as if it is something that is open like right now in Gaza, or at least in like 2024, 2025, they would be like, this is open right now in Gaza. Look at how plentiful the shelves are. And look at how, you know, everyone here is making purchases and happy. Everyone has money. They're lying to you. And it's like, well, you can literally, and this was something that fucking the epic mealtime bacon fucking loser put in front of my face in an exchange I had with him before I got fucking blocked. It was the Al Denaf Hyper Mall in one of the, I forget which refugee encampment it was. But it was a grand opening that was in like 2021, 2022, something like that. They cut video for it. You can go find the video and you can go find the fucking date. And when I presented him with that shit, and then I found articles that showed that there had been massive destruction and bombing, and then I even found something that geolocated where the store was, and to show that it was fucking destroyed, he turned around and said that they've rebuilt it since. Are you out of your fucking mind? You're going to sit there and say that as most of it is like, the most of Gaza is like in fucking rubble, especially this one massive city center that people have been chased the fuck away from. I forget the name of it right now off the top of my head. It wasn't Rafah, but ultimately it doesn't matter. But I showed all this shit and he's like, they rebuilt it. Israel sent in shit to rebuild it. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But anyway, when you get to these sorts of accounts and shit, yeah, I don't necessarily want to say don't trust anything, but for the love of God, especially if the gimmick for the account is like ArabsLyingToYou.com or some fucking shit, like you gotta, not that anybody here would necessarily do that, but like if you ever go, well, maybe this does look bad, for the love of fucking God, work with somebody that can try to do something to trace the original video, because that's the thing. These fuckers do the same shit as like the Twitch streamer fucking drama Twitter accounts that like, okay, we've got this 17 seconds of video here. What narrative can we fucking make out of it? And in all of these cases, it's like, let's figure out a way to just convey that these people aren't actually suffering. It's you deserve a special place in the afterlife for that one, for what it's worth. Like if you spend your entire existence trying to convince other people to turn a blind eye to human suffering, and you are trying to downplay some of the only hope that these people have right now is international attention and international community coming together, looking and seeing that something is fucking bad, and for as many people to go, hey, maybe we do, maybe as a global community, we do need to do something to stop this. And you're like, my goal is going to be to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm sorry. I lean a little atheist when the time comes, and I hope that is the case, because there's a lot of fucking people that when they go to them pearly gates, they're going to be pointed over in the direction of an escalator that goes down through the clouds to somewhere red and glowing.
You see Hamas members sitting on top with their pew pews. Do you hear the gunshot?
So any sort of like a dark clad figure with a gun is automatically Hamas. This is also the same mentality that the IDF had when they were turning around and blasting food trucks. There was a story that came out, and Matt Miller, the Biden State Department comms guy, basically tacitly admitted that if a food truck had been quote unquote overtaken by Hamas, then the IDF had the rights and the permissions to basically thwart, i.e. drop a fucking bomb on that convoy. But the issue became is that there's no, like, the differential between a dude that happened to have a gun or happened to be in like dark clothes versus someone in a no shit legit military fucking uniform. They didn't have to worry about that. They could just do it. Like, check out the picture of the luxurious cafes in Gaza that the New York Post is trying to use as evidence. Well, yeah, this is the sort of shit that I'm talking about, though. I owe you push-ups, by the way. We'll get to that probably at the end of this video. I didn't do it last time. Oh, fuck off. Not you, but Jesus Christ. The luxury. It's fucking AstroTurf boards. Yeah. Palestinian students studying inside a cafe in Khan Yunis, April 6, 2026. Luxurious Gaza cafes poke quite the hole in the genocide narrative. At the same time, a year prior, in the midst of like the worst circumstances that was happening to Gaza, you had the IDF building what's the fucking movie that everybody was freaking out about? I had this shit saved at the time. They were building like little centers, little vacation not Oppenheimer. The one with the dude, where the dude is standing on the other side of like the internment camp, and they build the little. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Zone of difference, zone of indifference, zone of interest. The IDF turned around and they were making R&R spots like smack dab in the middle of Gaza. They were making these R&R locations where they were barbecuing. They had like shiatsu massage. You could play PlayStation 5 on a big screen. They had frozen treats. They had a big freezer where they were keeping ice creams and treats and yummies. And it was like, the troops are really stressed out there, and we need to be able to like have a place where they can fucking come and just chill and be good and everything. And it's like, Jesus Christ. And almost certainly, like, I guarantee you there were at least like starving people within smell of that fucking place. They could probably smell the meat that they were barbecuing. You know what I mean? The biggest, easiest thing to go, these people are fucking monstrous, when it's all said and done, is the treatment of just civilians. That's it. What is the treatment for, and how much value do you put on an unimportant life? They don't care. They don't care. There's like I said, there's small pockets of Israeli Jews that do go out and they do protest. In some cases, they do get their fucking asses beat. You have examples like fucking Andrew that go out there and risk like getting fucking shot so that he can capture what's going on in the West Bank to try to tell the rest of the world what the fuck is going on. Nobody's a monolith. Good examples clearly fucking exist, and my heart goes out to those people. But like the examples that are set that people do try to defend is insane to me. Hearing barbecue sounds ominous considering the typical context. Well, there's that, yeah. Yeah, you're a tiny bit behind, but it's fine. It's fine. Noah Samson is doing a reaction video to a proud Israel defender that is basically trying to say that none of the bad things are actually happening. And I was talking about a story about in the midst of like one of the largest periods of denial of goods, services, and food to Gaza, that the IDF had built like a little vacation spot like smack dab in the center of Gaza. Hold on, I wonder if I can still find it. I had it in my bookmarks. There's so much of this shit that I thought like, nah, we're done. Like there's certain things that'll never... Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the shitty part. I don't know if I can fucking... Oh, yeah, I can find it. I might, being a numbers guy, have to grok it. Might have to chat GPT it. But it was just infuriating, I think is a fair word to use. Because they were flaunting all of these fucking amenities. And it's like, wow, like, I'm sorry, you are supposed to fucking give two shits about the civilians, even if it's a group of people that you're fighting. I don't know. I can't see you as a good guy. I can't see you as the defensible party. If you're also simultaneously starving civilians and then turning around and flaunting how good of a setup you can bring back into a system while simultaneously depriving everyone else around you that has nothing to do with the conflict that you're fighting. I'll let this play for a minute.
Here is some more Hamas aid takeovers.
So given the lack of evidence that Hamas is stealing aid, drawn from sources that have every incentive to lie about that, what do these videos actually show? And well, because they're, just pulled from some random Instagram reel, it's not entirely clear, but there's a few possible explanations. Hamas isn't the only armed group inside of Gaza. There are other armed groups. This includes the criminal gangs that are collaborating with Israel, like Yasser Abu Shabab's Popular Forces or Rami Hillis's Popular Defense Forces. And unlike Hamas, these groups have been documented repeatedly stealing aid, and they do so in areas under Israeli control because Israel allows them to do this. Israel helps them.
In November, nearly 100 UN trucks carrying enough flour to feed 2/3 of Gaza's population for 1 week were looted by organized criminal gangs. An internal United Nations memo obtained by the Washington Post revealed the UN believes the gangs have likely been benefiting from a passive, if not active, benevolence, even protection from the Israeli military.
Basically, every time Israel came under intense pressure to allow food into Gaza, they would...
This is... Yep. God damn. I should have known it was fucking I Really Hate You. Yeah, look at this shit. Now, by and large, right? The whole idea, this isn't a direct one-to-one to anything that she was necessarily talking about. This is just one of those things, and this is, by and large, a lot of this was... You brought up the cafe thing, right? This is trying to show that, like, if they had the desire to try to help people, they could have been doing it the whole time. But this was a video that fucking stood out to me. And it's like I said, at a time when people were undergoing like immense suffering. This is an example how you could have turned around, no shit, and seen the IDF and even Israel in like a better light. They had the means, they had the capability, they could have been doing literally anything in the ballpark of this for no shit hungry citizens, hungry civilians. But this is what they were doing for the people that were simultaneously lighting homes on fire, bulldozing the remains of apartments, exploding schools and hospitals, and then trying on like fucking women's clothes over their uniforms. This was the retreat they set up in northern Gaza.
כמה ילדים של הפלוגה, בואי שואה, קלטת, בכלא, טיפול רפואי, ספר, מכבסה. רוצה מ"פ לדבר עם שנייה, נראה אותו. ממש משרד מ"פ כמו בבסיס אורופה.
Physiotherapy room. The soldier comes in, does physiotherapy for treatment. Oh, you know, sometimes you work up a Charlie horse when you're like setting fire to the remains of a village that you've scared the people out of. So you need somebody to, you know, work out those kinks. You know what I mean?
עשינו להם מיקס בשרים, סטייקים, כנפיים, נפיקות מרגז, פרגיות, סלטים, פגיעה, אקסלים. הם מגיעים לפה, תראה איזה פריטי מזון יש להם פה. יש להם את כל המיקסים של מולר, עם שוקולדים, וחלב, וגבינה צהובה, ומילקי, ובאמת, של תחושה של הבית. אתה יודע, רק מהריח של השקשוקה, הם קופצים ככה על הבית קפה. מה צריך יותר מזה?
What more could you ask for?
שהאוכל מאוד מפנק. תלכו אותנו פה, היה טעים, זה מה שהיינו צריכים. אמנם לא קיבלנו בית, זה המעט שאפשר לעשות, אמרו תודה על כל דבר. האוכל טעים, השקיעה מעולה, אנחנו מבסוטים לגמרי.
Okay, that's enough of this. It keeps fucking going. That's my point, right? There's a lane, there's an alternate universe, there's an alternate dimension where at a bare minimum you could have been doing things for and showing care and deference for civilians. But we don't live in that fucking universe. And instead you get influencers that want to turn around and try to still vilify and fucking demonize and make excuses and fucking, you know, to the ends of the earth. That you can't admit that anything fucking happened at all. And even for the ones that can muster some of the weakest, most bullshit, pathetic, milquetoast criticisms, they still basically throw their hands up in the air because they're also simultaneously defenders of the DNC, and they want to essentially not admit that anything too bad happened because that means their team did it too. Their team was involved. You can't have that. You can't admit to that.
You know, just pulled from some random Instagram reel. It's not entirely clear, but there's a few possible explanations. Hamas isn't the only armed group inside of Gaza. There are other armed groups. This includes the criminal gangs that are collaborating with Israel, like Yasser Abu Shabab's Popular Forces or Rami Hillis's Popular Defense Forces. And unlike Hamas, these groups have been documented repeatedly stealing aid, and they do so in areas under Israeli control because Israel allows them to do this. Israel helps them.
In November, nearly 100 UN trucks carrying enough flour to feed 2/3 of Gaza's population for 1 week were looted by organized criminal gangs. An internal United Nations memo obtained by the Washington Post revealed the UN believes the gangs have likely been benefiting from a passive, if not active, benevolence, even protection from the Israeli military.
Basically, every time Israel came under intense pressure to allow food into Gaza, they would allow the food, but unleash these gangs to come out and loot it immediately.
Netanyahu has admitted this, like it's not a secret.
It's the first time Benjamin Netanyahu has publicly admitted to Israel aiding armed Palestinian groups in Gaza.
On the advice of security officials, we activated clans in Gaza that oppose Hamas. What's wrong with that? This is only good and saves the lives of IDF soldiers.
In one of the posts Mia shares, the caption reads,
So, if you can turn around and let fucking psychopaths run loose with, there's a couple layers here, right? The Israelis will never admit that it was taking place and never allow any extranational inspection to confirm any conclusion other than the official Israeli position. Well, yeah. I mean, I agree 100%. That's why you're not even seeing like a singular return visit from CNN. There's nobody that's even pushing that button to say, why the fuck can't we go in? It should be a story in and of itself as to say, why can't we go do a tour? Why can't we send a reporter in? Why is it we are being limited to that? That seems by itself should be a regular recurring question that at least some reporter is hounding Netanyahu anytime his bitch ass comes over to the United States. But there's that. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. I got one person. God damn it. What was I going to say?
Either I bring food and flour for my family, or I die today waiting in front of the aid trucks. Israel killed nearly 2,000 Palestinians during the aid massacres in Gaza, the Hunger Games style horror scenes where they were systematically shooting and killing large crowds of starving people that were sprinting towards the Gaza so-called Humanitarian Foundation aid sites. Mass murder of starving people, some of the most horrific scenes I've ever seen in my life happening live.
They queued all night, desperate for food, and came under fire. More than 60 people.
That's
reported killed.
That's blurred.
Witnesses say
Blurred.
Israeli gunfire and weaponized drones in separate deadly incidents during a week of aid.
We had a dude come back, be a whistleblower, and then everybody called him a fucking liar. He's like, I went there, I did that, I got fucking, and they're like, yeah, you're lying. Why does no one talk about the current U.S. ambassador to Israel and how good of a job he's doing? Yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird. He's not, Huckabee is not getting the credit that he deserves for sure. It's why don't you want to give that guy a high five? It's very strange. You had a guy that participated in this GHF shit come back with footage, tell the tale, and everybody went, that guy's a fucking liar and an anti-Semite, and then that was it. That was just the end of the story. Like, nope, fuck you, you're lying. And then that's how easy it was to and we're moving on.
Chaos in Gaza. The victims, Palestinians traveling to depots they were told would provide help. Aid stations set up by the Israelis and backed by the US. A system that began under a cloud of controversy and criticism and is now at the center of 2 mass killings.
And so any reference to being shot at near an aid truck is not about Hamas. That's Israel. And this is confirmed in the post, actually. I didn't see this, but in the description, they talk about drones. Only one party in the conflict uses drones to kill Palestinians, and it's not Hamas. And the other videos that Mia shares here don't even show aid trucks being robbed. They just show armed men riding on the trucks, which is most likely Palestinians guarding the aid from looting by the gangs that are backed by Israel.
So I understand for some leftists, y'all don't fuck with Ryan Grimm, and that's fine. But there was a story that was in Dropsite News, and it has to do with this, that the notion or the idea of it gets like scoffed, but there's enough there that was also in a video that Breaking Points did where they showed, like I said, it was Matt Miller, the comms guy for the Biden State Department. Let's see if I can. Lincoln. Yep, here we go. So this was the article that they were talking about in the video that I'm referencing. So the TLDR is this. Here's the article. So Blinken goes over just after October 7th. He's trying to coordinate, like Biden doesn't go. He's trying to coordinate with them, like the plan to move forward, what everybody's going to do, how it's going to work. And in talking to them initially, the war cabinet, Netanyahu and his people are basically like, we're not giving them shit. We're not going to let so much as a fucking aspirin go in. Fuck it. Fuck everybody in there. Fuck all of them. Now, he already knows, because he's the Secretary of State, that in the event that they deny U.S. aid from fucking going in, that they become ineligible for the toys, for the bombs, for the shit that goes boom. the Leahy Act, the Foreign Assistance Act. To date, just to keep everything on the up and up, to date, those still have not ever been implemented. It doesn't change the fact there are laws on the books that say that the State Department has not just the ability, but the obligation that if we have aid that we are sending to a group of people and our allies that we are giving weapons to halts that aid from getting to the intended target, they become ineligible to receive things that go boom. So Blinken turns around and essentially tells them, you can't do that. You have to let something in. So he proceeds to draft a plan with them. He can't sit in with the legislators. So what they end up doing is they route like drafts in English back and forth so that he can kind of get a vibe and like sign off on it. And they use a word that when it's translated to English means thwart. So he thinks that just means stop. But the gist of the story is that if the perception is that Hamas has taken over one of the aid trucks, that they have the ability to thwart. Well, the word in Hebrew for that means to basically assassinate, to kill, to stop, to explode. The gist of the story being that's Blinken signing off on because of a lack of understanding. It's Blinken signing off on the ability to blow up aid trucks. The metric for it is that if they think it's what she's doing is what they talk about in this story. There's no metric to say you have to meet this many markers to essentially think that Hamas is on board. It can literally just be an armed escort. And at that point, you're fucked. Like at that point, it's fucking GG's. It's game over. So, I mean, the article's interesting. There's a YouTube video that goes along with it. And the thing that they point to is like evidence is essentially when they're asking Matt Miller, he says that, well, you know, it's ridiculous that Blinken gave permission to bomb aid trucks. He goes, but it is true, however, that if Hamas were to get control of a truck, that they they should be able to stop it. It's like, well, that's the accusation. They don't have any metrics for what it means to have a Hamas member take over the fucking truck, dog. Anyway. So that's what she's doing here. If it's just anybody in dark clothes, if it's anybody with a gun, if it's just anybody, period, that means Hamas. Therefore, it's bad. Therefore, it means that Hamas took the aid truck. Therefore, bomb the aid truck.
This looting, the trucks needed protection, and that protection was offered by Gaza police forces, as well as local family clans that have small arms. The Abu Mugib Clan Youth Association, for example, that's a large family network in Gaza. They've shared footage publicly securing aid in commercial trucks from the crossings to the warehouses, protecting drivers, preventing looting, and coordinating distribution with other families. International organizations such as World Central Kitchen and the World Health Organization asked us to secure the delivery of their aid. After we succeeded, our family-based group was formally established to serve that purpose. And these families, along with the Gaza police, the ones who are protecting the food, are the ones that Israel is killing systematically.
A Gaza market on May 29th. Armed men steal any...
Ooh, hold on. Okay, I'm going to skip past this. But it's basically showing the people that were desperate for food, they end up getting shot.
Continue. They get even more ludicrous. So she ends up actually defending the idea of closing off all humanitarian aid into Gaza
because Israel continues to block trucks of humanitarian aid at the border.
As we fucking should. See, here's the thing. I wish we genuinely did that. We shouldn't stop it for a short while. We should stop it altogether.
With the claim that Palestinians don't actually get any aid at all anyways.
And again, you don't understand how to fight these people. At the end of the day, this aid doesn't get to the Gazans. When we stop the aid, it's to stop the aid from going to Hamas. They're the only ones who take it anyway. So either way, the civilians are not getting the aid, right? So if we stop the aid trucks, it's not stopping them from getting to civilians because they don't get there anyway.
Before October...
So there's an answer for that. You just flood the zone with food. You just flood the zone with food, because especially while they still had any of the hostages, it would have also meant that the hostages get food. You just make it so that, because if you're only allowing in a trickle, that trickle becomes an insanely valuable commodity. The more of that commodity that's available, the less that, supply and demand. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't know, and the goal is not for anybody to go fucking bother her, so get that out of your head.
October 7th, over 80% of the population of Gaza relied on humanitarian aid to survive. That number is currently 95%, and it should be obvious why Israel has totally decimated Gaza, including its internal food production capabilities, razing farmlands, killing fishermen, and destroying fishing boats.
For generations, Gaza's farmland has been a lifeline, fertile fields sustaining a population under siege. But now, that lifeline is being erased. According to Gaza's Agriculture Ministry, Israel's military operations have devastated over 70% of the Strip's agricultural land, a loss of more than 12,000 hectares. The destruction has caused over $1.3 billion worth of damage, making this one of the worst agricultural disasters in Gaza's history.
I know there's other stories that I've seen where they talk about actually like salting the land or basically taking those farming regions and like intentionally fucking it up so that you would never be able to use it for farming again.
I raised this point in my video actually, and Mia responded to it, and her response is genuinely jaw-dropping.
Hundreds of thousands more were and remain without adequate food, and all the infrastructure for internal food production, like farms and fisheries, has been destroyed by Israel.
Oops! Don't start a war with us!
In Mia's video, there are a hand...
There it is. Right there. There it is. That's the most honest, hold on. That's the most honest element. I've said this before. This is going to sound weird, might sound a little fucked up. There's been a lack of honesty in all of this. Okay? And I'm not in any way saying like, "Oh, cool, if they just said the following, I would feel, you know, I would stop paying attention." Not the case. But I'm going to say this. You can't do this shit and then simultaneously claim that you're like a small bean. You can't do shit like this and then be like, but we're just, you know, we're just a small little nation state. We're just clinging on for dear life. And we're just, you know, we're just trying to live, man. You can't have that outward facing presence and then simultaneously have these moments like this where you're like, fuck around and find out. When you do the brutality, you say, and then you punctuate it like this, and then also, but at every turn, just be like, you know, we are the victims here, if you think about it in a certain sense. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And then anybody that presents this, that projects this into the fucking world, you are strangling. You are abjectly strangling any sort of worldwide image for your cause. You are taking the man-made atrocities beyond human comprehension and tying it with smugness and fucking venom. You are flaunting human suffering. You are taking credit for the human suffering, and then you're doing a victory dance after, you know, the rest of the world is watching the barbarity. And then if someone fucking says, well, now I hate the team that's fucking doing it, I feel enmity towards the team that is doing this, and then flaunting that they're doing it, and then smiling when they do it. It doesn't matter about fucking ethnicity at that point, bruh. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. You could be the nation state of the Teletubbies. I'm gonna hate Teletubbies all day. I'm gonna have nothing but the worst shit imaginable to say about Teletubbies that do this. I don't know. I don't know why we're arguing over hyperfixating. There's a side. Hold on. There's a fucking sidebar here because there's a question that was getting asked. Like, oh, did someone respond to this? Show probable spam. That's always. Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Hold on, we'll put a pin in that. I'll come back to this one. There's a conversation that's been occurring. I want to find the exact So this is that other thing. We'll do a sidebar. By now, you've no doubtedly seen the hacked up version of what Hasan was saying. I think this is actually more of a Twitch. No, it's not. It's not. This is the original fucking thing. He cut the video up. He took out elements from the video where Hasan is explicitly stating to never turn a group of people into a monolith, where Hasan is explicitly stating that American Jews are not singularly focused on Israel, that outlets or propaganda outlets or organizations that are trying to weaponize, and combine Zionism and Judaism are essentially doing a disservice to not just American Jews, but essentially Jews everywhere. Almost certainly you've already seen this. Here's the part about this that fucking irritates the shit out of me. It's amusing when Hasan defenders drop this segment as if they think, well, here's another thing. This is also, this is going to seem like a hot take. Fuck Hasan. Fuck Hasan. Because this isn't about Hasan anymore. It's not. If you have a similar outlook about a toxic ideology that a political group, a political movement, a government is pushing forward, and you have a problem with that, he's saying this about you as well. I think very highly of Hasan, don't get me wrong, but in this, fuck Hasan. He's wanting to reduce this to like, if you have a problem with this framing, you're a Hasan defender. Hasan could go away tomorrow. I'm still gonna be pissed about all this shit. You'll collectively find some new person that's the loudest voice and now hyperfixate on that person instead. You'll move on to the next person that makes waves on this shit. So let's not get it twisted at all. But what he says here, it's amusing when Hasan defenders drop the segment as if they think that they've given context that somehow makes it acceptable. In some cases, it actually makes it worse. Needless to say, the full segment, there's definitely not availing, nor would it be if Ben Shapiro said the same thing word for word in those 17 minutes about Arabs. Except for the fact, if Ben Shapiro started saying the same thing about Arabs, we would have this shit to look back to. You understand? And inversely, if it was, hold on, because this is, I don't even know if I can find it. And it's something that Michael said, and because it's literally, he's literally doing something.
Hi.
Hi.
So
Because basically he describes a circumstance where if you did flip it, no one would have any questions about what was happening. No one would turn around and go, like, no one would be playing games about accusations or what was going on. To basically take just the statements that come out of somebody's mouth by themselves in a vacuum. I'll agree. If I knew nothing about any conflict anywhere that was happening past, present, and I just heard statement, it's easy. It's the easiest thing in the world to get pissed off about and get mad. I agree. But there's a difference here.
my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of...
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
yes.
How do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yep. You went to Gaza?
I went to the border.
Oh, okay, but not to Gaza.
You can't be in Gaza.
Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, look, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, like, the argument was that, like, literally this is childish. Like, the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody could reasonably ask me to support.
So this was 6 years ago, by the way, just for emphasis.
And I understand, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in play since like 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
I'm letting him get the latter half is what I was concerned with, but he's Michael. We play whole Michael clips around here. We don't play half clips.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like, seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on, and that there's also a way to do this, that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue.
No, this is why I'm showing you. I'm trying to be actually insanely fair here. And this is how I look at things. If I'm wrong, if you don't like it, I'm always willing to talk or whatever. But here's why I'm showing you this. Here's why I bothered to set this up. His contention. Needless to say, the full segment here is definitely not availing, nor would it be if Ben Shapiro said the same thing word for word in those 17 minutes about Arab. But what this relies on is only treating it like two separate people with two separate ideologies, just purely talking about the existence of ethnicities, period. Because if you looked at it and really were doing a, squad W, flip the script, put the shoe on the other foot, sort of shit, right? Listen to how he describes this.
That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what, Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus. They killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate. Life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve.
Now, this only works if you ignore everything that he just said. You ignore the power dynamic. You ignore the history. You ignore the day-to-day brutality. All of the elements there, you have to take that off the table so that now you could justifiably look at exactly what Hasan said and go, how dare you, sir? The only way that folks, and it doesn't matter about ethnicity, a lot of this is team sports for some fucking people. The only way that folks are able to carry on with this fucking bullshit is if you are ignoring everything that has happened to civilians since October 7th. That's it. They want to reduce that conversation. It is the ongoing thing. It is the, do you condemn Hamas? It is history began on October 7th. Now the new thing is, let's hyperfixate on a fucking streamer, a successful streamer, albeit, but let's hyperfixate on a streamer and only talk about the language so that we can stop talking about the material conditions of what the fuck is happening to a civilian populace. Uh-oh, I just said material conditions. I guess that's some commie language or some shit, but this shit fucking irritates me. Because even in trying to have this haha one-upsmanship fucking moment, like I said, and I'm repeating myself, but the only way you can try to make this argument is if you pretend that everything has been fucking hunky-dory, peaches and cream in Gaza and the West Bank. That there aren't IDF working hand-in-hand with settlers in the West Bank to literally terrorize, take people's homes, do sieges on homes. And if you still look at what's happening in Gaza and the fact that people are still having bombs dropped on them literally to this day, in a ceasefire, by the way, and that, you know, you have children that can't sleep, otherwise they run the risk of getting like insect and fucking rat bites in their sleep. Yeah, just this is I don't understand. I don't understand how the fuck you're supposed to deal with this, or what the fuck you're supposed to do. Oh, let's have a debate. Let's debate it. Fucking debate. So fucking dumb.
Not a complex issue.
I would be just as pissed. I would be just as fucking mad. I would be just as fucking angry. I would have just as much condemnation if you had the same videos, the same material, the same fucking devastation that was coming through on the fucking daily. All right, let's finish this fucking video, shall we?
Full of moments like this one where she does tell the truth, where she admits, you know, the crime of humanity, of collective punishment, where you're destroying a food source that people rely on while also closing off the access to humanitarian aid. I'm fine with that, she says. They deserve it. And there's other moments of clarity, like she references the prominent Palestinian journalist Bisan Auda while denying the famine. To do this, Mia points at her weight.
You know what you reminded me that I forgot to say? We were talking about the obese Gazans, and I think the best example, he just said journalist, it reminded me, is Bisan, Wizard Bisan. She is a journalist in Gaza, of course, sponsored by Hamas, and she has been yapping about a famine since 2023. Now, the thing you don't know about Bisan is that she just keeps getting fatter.
Bone-chilling stuff. It's like Mean Girls, if they made it during the Third Reich. Truly evil shit. If you go to Bisan's profile, you'll see videos like this.
Hey everyone, this is Bisan from Gaza, and I am still alive. The only source of drinking water here in Gaza Strip is the aquifer, or the underground water, and this is basically because Israel is stealing the Palestinian rivers and valleys.
Also, just what she's saying is obviously important. But here's another thing, right? A lot of times, like, she's got a full face, right? But a lot of times, another thing that you have to take into consideration, this other gal is wearing, like, she's got on a nice little short sleeve number, you know, something that's like, you know, she has resources, money, she has access to stores, right? She can wash her clothes regularly, for example. Homegirl's only got whatever the fuck she can get. And in that environment, the idea of like maybe not feeling your best self. So you end up keeping whatever fucking clothes you have. And a lot of times you wear like baggy shit. The notion of, okay, I know exactly how much does she weigh? How much did she weigh a month ago? How much did she weigh 5 months ago? I understand she's just being gross. She's doing mean girl shit. She's being a fucking just disgusting person. But even then, there's people that would believe her, but there's no critical thinking as to like, what the fuck might be motivating someone, you know, like there's been times in my life I've felt so fucking fat that I've worn like a heavy sweatshirt in like the summer. And there's definitely been people that have told me that like a lot of my feeling like I'm overweight is like in my head and that I'm not as fat as I think I am, shit like that. There's a dynamic at play, I'm sure, on some fucking level, where putting yourself in front of a camera for the purposes of trying to tell the rest of the world that your people are still in fucking jeopardy, you might not feel like your best self, and maybe you wear clothes that don't accentuate how much weight you've lost or whatever the fuck this person is trying to fucking get at.
Mean Girls, if they made it during the Third Reich. Truly evil shit. If you go to Bisan's profile, you'll see videos like this.
Hey everyone, this is Bisan from Gaza, and I am still alive. The only source of drinking water here in Gaza Strip is the aquifer, or the underground water, and this is basically because Israel is stealing the Palestinian rivers and valleys, preventing the Palestinians themselves from getting to their own water, besides destroying the seawater desalination plant that was supposed to provide hundreds of thousands of Palestinians with drinking water before 2023. Today we are reporting this. We're asking the Palestinians how they're dealing with this issue, and we're figuring how the Gazans are obtaining water after all.
والله كتير احنا تعبنا. سيدي امبارح كلم واحد وحكى له امبارح بدنا نعبي مي ما جاش تبع الذنب بس عبينا مي مالحة وانا صغير كنت اعبي مي.
لك 3 سنين يعني؟
عندي 3 سنين.
And if you're struggling to wonder how Mia can watch a video like that and her only takeaway being her weight becoming a talking point that she can use to justify exterminating Bisan's people, if you're wondering how Mia is able to do that, it's because she's Israeli. Because in Israel, stuff like this is normal. Mia's perspective of dehumanization, open bloodlust, it's shared by the vast majority of Jewish Israelis. Overwhelmingly, they support ethnic cleansing, starvation, collective punishment, genocide. So when she tells...
Okay. This is me talking about my personal feelings, all right? My personal feelings at the end of the day don't fucking matter. There's things that I would never do, but I don't live over there. There's things that I would want to see happen, but I don't have a say. The polling is there for... It exists. It is hard to argue with. Majorities of people that have fully embraced right-wing thought, right-wing ideology, I still don't look at it as Jews. I understand what it says on the fucking screen. I get it. But it is still so important to me when you use the language and you talk about this shit, polling amongst Israelis. I won't say, like, even though it says Israeli Jews, even though this is not a misrepresentation when it comes to these polls and shit, I don't, because I'm so skeptical and so fucking leery, or not skeptical, I'm very leery of wanting to come across like I hate a group of people or whatever the fuck. And I think the moment that you finally give up on that and you just go, you should never be at a point when you go, yeah, they're all like that. Even if it's 86%, even if there's 5% left, the notion of holding on to a group of people having elements of it that are holding out for like the right thing. The refuseniks, for example, the people that push back on this shit, they exist. They're there. I don't know. I think that there's an element of it. The downplaying anything that's happening to anybody, that's not what I'm about. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just feel like these polls are damning, but even, it's not everyone.
They support ethnic cleansing, starvation, collective punishment, genocide. So when she tells this truth in Israel, she's just repeating the national myths. It's the stuff they say on state TV, which is another thing I showed in my video. Clips from Channel 14 where the hosts are mocking a starving family. And I think Mia's reaction to this says a lot.
מתה מרעב, אסף, אולי נשים אותה? היא כבר מתה? אתם חייבים לראות את האימא. בוא נאמר ככה, כשרואים את האימא... בואו תראו אישה מורעבת, אתם חייבים לראות. בואו נראה, יש לנו את זה? תעלו את זה טיפה למעלה, יופי, תורידו. זו לא אישה מורעבת.
לא, זו אישה שאולי אכלה את כל האוכל של הילדה שלה, זה... לא יודע, לא יכול לחשוב... אישה שאכלה עז שלם.
Like, imagine an entire group of people, or a majority of a group of people that have just been absolutely just brain broken by, like, the Fox News of their country. They think that Trump is great. They think Fox News is dope. They think Greg Gutfeld's the funniest man in their entire country. Like, it doesn't mean that everybody in that country is completely, like, given up. And I think that part of that is, I understand that the numbers are fucking small, and don't get me wrong, but I think part of that, if you give up on that notion that there are holdouts, then you remove any of the energy or any of the hope or faith or the fucking, when those people exist, you have to give them credit, I feel like. Right? I don't know.
But there was a famine in Gaza.
There isn't.
Amir frequently refers to the fact that people are waking up to the lies of the pro-Palestine movement. And for this idea, she cites her growth on social media.
It's actually insane, We just hit 100,000 and now it's at 145. And I think that is very telling on the world waking up. I genuinely do.
Now, every poll of public opinion shows the opposite of what she's saying here, that the world hates Israel more and more each day. And I show this data in my video, and Mia reacts to it and has just nothing to say.
Israel is currently having a bit of a PR crisis. Across the world, public opinion of the country is at its lowest point in history. What's driving this crisis? Well, one might argue that it's...
Now, bear in mind the inverse of what I just said, right? I think keeping your fingers crossed for holdouts of small pockets of people that are pushing back against all this shit, that, Israelis that march in the street with posters of the starving kids that do not like what is going on. You should remember that those people exist, because, again, I think you get to a bad place yourself mentally the moment you go, when you're talking about any people and you turn around and go, all of them are like that. Inversely, that almost seems antithetical to that sentiment. I think that's fucking great. I think the world until changes happen, I think more of the world needs to be aware. I think it's why I fucking even bother to talk about this shit at all. More of the world needs to be aware. More of the world needs to participate to the fullest extent they can in any kind of BDS shit. More of the world needs to be critical of these things. The PR for that country going into the fucking shitter, yes, that's good. I like that. So again, I'm a vast, complex mixture of fucking riddles and mysteries and conflicts, I guess. I don't know.
It's an inevitable consequence of killing tens of thousands of children, destroying the lives of million people.
But I do think she's onto something in her analysis here. Mia's been blowing up lately. She's getting millions of views, but her most popular videos aren't about Israel. They're about Muslims.
Why is the halal section in Tesco so small?
Because fuck my fucking life, that's why.
Why do we get only this little section here?
Maybe because you're not in a Muslim supermarket. And his caption goes, especially in a Muslim majority town. The craziest thing to me about this is the sense of entitlement. They will go live in these countries that have cultures that completely contradict everything they are as human beings and the countries that they came from. And instead of assimilating to the culture, they will do shit like this. Again, it's the sense of entitlement that gets me, because you will never see an English person going to one of the 57 Muslim fucking countries walking into the...
See, this is just bigotry. This is just bigotry. You don't even have to... This is a choice. This is a marketing choice. This is a branding choice. 100%. You don't have to go look for this shit. The stuff I talk about, I get pissed when people talk about campaigning or the direction of a political party in the country. That's a decision to take someone that is more popular than me and turn around and essentially talk about why they're wrong for the direction of politicians, of public servants, something that I'm very passionate about. So what does this say about what she's passionate about? I have to go look for reels. I have to go look for TikToks that essentially someone's using their, freedom of speech that is afforded to you by the open internet for as long as that remains a thing. And they're just griping, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with this. But she has to turn it into an affront on her sensibilities. She's been wounded by this young man's commentary about the fucking meat aisle at a supermarket and turn this into some insidious, overarching fucking thing where people are invading, nobody's assimilating the cultures, all this different shit. And it's also fucking ahistorical, because when it comes down to it, there was one culture that fucked with everybody before everybody was able to start to get back on their own track with their own cultures. So there's bigger conversations at play here that should happen beyond this. This is just a bigot that happens to also latch on to a different conflict, because that's team bigot right now.
Supermarket and asking, why is everything halal here? You guys need to fix it. He will get shot in the fucking head.
They're about how Muslims are evil and bad and can't assimilate, and the comments reflect this perspective. Obviously, Islamophobia is kind of inherent to Israel. How else are you going to get all the people out of there that you're trying to get to leave? But because defending Israel is so unpopular right now, what its defenders have been doing are latching onto right-wing Islamophobic movements as an explicitly stated propaganda tactic from their own ministers of propaganda.
עם האגף השמרני האמריקאי והאירופי נגד האסלאם הקיצוני ונגד האחים המוסלמים. זה צריך להיות האסטרטגיה. כי כאן יש לנו בעצם בסיס משותף שהוא לא לבוא ולומר כמה חשוב להתייחס, להיות נגד האנטישמיות. האנטישמיות לא מעניינת, לא את האירופאי הממוצע ולא את האמריקאי הממוצע. האסלאם הקיצוני מאוד מעניין אותם. מאוד מאוד מעניין אותם. ולכן צריך לנצל את הדבר הזה.
Whether this will work or not, it remains to be seen, I guess. But for now, just keep an eye on it, because that's what they're going to be doing for the foreseeable future. Winning back the right-wing American populace through their mutual hatred of Muslims and Arabs kind of undercuts the whole, democracy in the Middle East thing they've been saying, but I'm sure they'll drop that line at some point. But yeah, okay. So I'm going to wrap the video here, because I feel like that's enough on this.
That was... I am not good at pacing whatsoever, because I will stay completely entrenched for far too long. But that was a good video. All right, from here, let's take a look. I know what I want to talk about, and there's also another thing that's going to be very time consuming. I want to talk about this little shit. But first, hold on. There was one other thing that I saw that I bookmarked. So, everybody and their fucking cousin is now latching on to that fucking video and basically trying to say that this is Hasan saying that if Jewish people don't... Hasan Piker tells American Jews to stop supporting Israel, or someone will come around and take action. Not against Israel, but America. Everybody is saying... The day after October 7th, one of my former best friends was posting genocidal tweets featuring this heinous woman. It was so awful and shocking. Yeah. The pitch is that this is him issuing a violent threat to the American Jewish community, which is fucking bullshit. The guy, and I love this. The guy has a fucking pager emoji in his goddamn Twitter description. Not the handle, but the. Wonder what that pager's supposed to be. He must like old technology, I guess. He must be a fan of old technology, I guess. Not an attack that ended up like blasting teenagers' faces off and shit. Like not that. No, that has nothing to do with that. Clearly. So anti-Semitism is because how Jewish people act is functionally no different than women get raped because of how they dress. That's the takeaway. Now, I talked about this for a bit at the beginning of this shit, but that ain't it. That's not it at all. That's not it at all. There's a larger conversation here. Obviously. They only want to look at this as a guy saying a thing with no externalities. Nothing else is happening in the world. Nothing else is going on. It's almost like, fine, take these statements, take these examples, take these violent outbursts, violent moments, these day-to-day occurrences. Go ahead, defend them then. Go the other way with it. Fucking defend him to your heart's content. Go for it. But let's be honest about what it is that's being defended that people have the issues with. Right? So I said the act in question, language like this from prominent figures combined with years of bloodshed and atrocities inflicted upon civilians, we tend to leave that out of the conversation. That's what's at issue. So the person that you see on the screen is a chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, David Yosef. Seems like a very nice gentleman. Really, really quaint, really sweet old man. He has some interesting thoughts about now, this is also, by the way, just a fun little bit of trivia. This is the brother of the former chief rabbi of Israel, the gentleman that was on the Times of Israel cover when Hasan made the inbred commentary. There's more that I've talked about when it came to that fucking conversation that Avi and Pisco had, that basically Avi completely misrepresented when he was trying to explain these people to Pisco, saying that these were just non-Zionist and anti-Zionist people, and these are people that Hasan should be cheering. But he's calling them names. He's just bigoted. And it's like, you fucking as early as 2024, there was enough information there to show a massive right-wing pivot, especially amongst the Sephardic Haredim, to say that they were, even if they weren't quote-unquote Zionist, they had made a right-wing shift. They were supportive of Netanyahu in large numbers, if not large majorities, and in turn, they were all in. They just didn't want to serve. They didn't want to be labeled conscientious objectors. They didn't want to go to fucking prison for this shit. But they were still, at the same time, they were like, no, do that. You need to do that. That's dope. So this is the current guy. This is his brother. And this is how he talks about this shit. Sadly, the synagogues remained in their sanctity, and they desecrated them. And for that alone, they deserve, I say, that the Holy One destroy all of Gaza. And we will return there. We are not forcing the end. We are waiting. We have the patience. They call themselves a Palestinian people, but they are not a people. They were never a people, and they have no rights. The rights are ours. They say these things unequivocally. It is about all of Gaza, about all of Judea and Samaria, about, I can't pronounce that. about all of these places.
על כל המקומות אנחנו צריכים להתפלל. אנחנו מתפללים לגאולה, המשמעות של הגאולה.
We must pray. We pray for the redemption. He's talking about like taking over. The meaning of the redemption is that the land of Israel returns to being ours. Gaza is the land of Israel. Gaza is ours. Gaza is ours. Now, here's the thing. His brother was a lot more tactical. His brother was only really concerned with arguing that they shouldn't have to participate in the draft. It doesn't mean that there isn't enough quotes of him saying shit that definitely lent into him being in favor of the fucking war. Hold. Because there was one more. Nope, nope, that one. Oh, here we go. No, not muted. I'm not going to play it because the important thing is the fucking caption above it. He ends up saying, this is the last guy. He says, I say this with knowledge of the matter. At certain periods of the war in Gaza, our planes flew over Gaza without ammunition just to break the sound barrier. We did not know what to do until the U.S. delivered ammunition to us. This is why we praise the Americans and call them the best of rulers. Even the last guy was all on board for the war effort. They were, and to the extent that he was talking about trying to resist the draft, he wasn't saying, we don't want to do this because we think killing is bad. He was trying to say that we want to stay engaged in a very specific way because that's how we win. That's how we defeat these people. Now, why did I show you all this? Great fucking question. So, as I was looking for that other thing that I just played, because I was looking for the quote, I see this. Now, I specifically talk about, I said the act in question, language like this from prominent figures, combined with years of bloodshed, atrocities, civilian. I'm being very specific. I'm trying to leave no wiggle room for what it is I am trying to convey. One of these dipshit defenders, this would be like me saying the outfit in question, they're asking for it. I can't type in what I want to tell this person. I can't fucking say it on air, but I can think it. Because if you're saying that she was asking for it, is the same as saying we need to fucking destroy these people, that they have no rights, they are not people, they do not deserve dignity, they need to be eliminated. And you're saying that's the same as some fucking prick saying she was asking for it. Is like, brother, fucking flush yourself down the commode. I think I can get away with that. Fuck it. Flush yourself. Just right down the shitter. Just flush yourself. That's fucking wild. Like, that's wild to me. I don't get why Sephardi's would be like this. They lived in Islamic Spain, Islamic North Africa, and thrived. They were given refuge from the Christian Inquisition. The hate towards the Palestinians just does not compute in my. One of the things that I was reading, because that's the fun part, when someone puts together a fucking puddle of slop to try to say that somebody's anti-Semitic, you can't just go nuh-uh. And even if they're never going to listen, you want to be able to turn around and like be able to speak to it, right? So one of the things that people were saying was that essentially post October 7th, I guess kosher cell phones or something like that is like a thing. This is just what I was reading. I might be full of shit. But one of the things that the Haredi population like dove into face first was like Telegram channels and shit. So in turn, you can say that they were radicalized, but like being radicalized to the point where you're all in for like obliterating civilians. I just, I don't see how you defend that. I maybe I'm the one that's fucking even in the most altruistic sense, where you're like, I'm concerned about defense, safety, right? You're talking about defense, safety. You're supposed to have these concepts in your head. The civilians are neutral. The militia group, the resistance group, the fighter group that you think are the bad guys, and what they are, they aren't. That's not even the point. But you should be like the resistance group, the militia group. Those are the bad guys. We're the good guys. We don't shoot the fucking civilian. That's the whole thing about speed. I mean, in that one, you do shoot the hostage. That's not the best example, but you shoot them in like the shoulder. You don't drop a 2,000-pound bomb on their fucking apartment building. That's the point. It's just, there's a level of frustration here, because if this were WWE, we'd be past the point of cutting promos and trying to figure out just the right thing to say. And it would just be time to go to the ring. Get me a ref, ring the fucking bell. Speaking of ringing the bell and getting the ref, do I want to watch this? This is David Mauricio. He's the new it kid. He's the new it boy. He's just so, all the libs are, he's just so hot right now. Why are they saying that? I'm glad you asked. Because he cut this video, and with it, he has issued a debate challenge. And the fucking nerds love this shit. Oh, debates! No. Don't say shit like that. No. We're not doing that. Nope. So he cut a what ended up happening originally. He started pearl clutching over the Charlie Kirk song. Hasan did a fear and he ended up we're gonna get into this. Hold on. Because there's some shit here that's fucking awesome to me that just shows like these people are fucking full of shit. But here's the background. Here's the TLDR. He got into it with Mason. Remember. So he got into a back and forth with Mason, and then eventually I just ended up putting this together because I noticed this today. He came out with this video today. I said, apparently someone wasn't listening when the man said real G's move in silence like lasagna. I said the little bastard got his head pats. So this is where we first kind of saw him overall, or this is the first time I ever fucking saw him. He made his Hasan video. And then what is that? That's weird. Hold on. What is that? Is that the video getting boosted? Is that the video getting the dear leader speaking out and trying to tell the humble viewing audience of his community to go give the video some love? I would say yes. Mission accomplished. So that we're gonna this is just to give you an understanding. Fucking this shit is amazing. Because he's gonna make a claim in here too that is just fucking just super dope and awesome. But let's start listening. He's trying to bite the inside of his own fucking mouth because he knows he's trying not to laugh because this is silly. The goal was to be silly. The goal was to fucking go have some fun. You can't, not allowed. Not allowed. We gotta fucking piss and moan, don't we? We gotta fucking wah. Nothing else has worked, so let's fucking drum back up all the Charlie Kirk bullshit, even though Even though it was fucking Bonercelli that got in trouble for this shit the worst the last time. He can't, he wants to fucking laugh. This is why you know this is bullshit. Look at his face. Well, hold on. It gets so much better. It gets so much worse. So you put a pin in that because that's going to be relevant in about 3 or 4 minutes.
All right, everybody, that was a clip of popular political streamer Hasan Piker. I know who he is. I've known him for a very long time. I'm sure many of you know who he is. He was singing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. And then listen, I can't say that I haven't cracked a few jokes. You know what I mean? I haven't made a few jokes online, on stream even. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, when we're living in such a shitty country, you got to lighten up the mood sometimes in a very disgusting, unforgivable, grotesque way. The problem with this is...
He's trying to get ahead of it, right? Because that's going to be the thing. You're being a fucking hypocrite. You're being a little bitch. You're being a little bitch-made little hypocrite, right? So he's got to get that out of the way first.
Hasan is at a different stature politically, and he is being used as a tool by the right that is struggling to garner support from the average American voter to try and drive them away from the Democratic Party. And that's my problem. Crack all the jokes you want, but you have an auditorium filled up to the brim, and you're singing the We Are Charlie Kirk song. This guy is an attention seeker. And I think
he says in the video, calling out another influencer in the hopes that he can build his own name off of interacting with somebody else.
It's so incredibly obvious. You're not playing serious politics doing this shit in public. And what's really upsetting is that he wants to act as if he's doing serious politics. He's popping up with politicians, trying to push the DSA onto the Democratic Party. And that makes us look bad. Because Hasan is not...
What is this us, bitch? What is this us? What is this we? Are you French? What is this we? Are you French?
Not popular. He's not favorable. He said so many disgusting things in his past that are likely to just be recycled and used against us, people that completely disagree with him, for years. Even follow.
It's likely. Okay, there's a couple different points. I'm going to be very, very repetitive here. He is being used to hurt us. He's in a whole nother echelon, but he's also not liked. He's Schrodinger's political pundit. He's not liked, but he's in another echelon. So he's bigger than all of us, but also he's not liked. And he's doing serious things, but he's also not doing serious enough things. And if he does a silly thing, then that can be used. The number one thing why Hasan is bad right now is because he can be used to give fuel to the Republicans to make quote unquote us look bad. You with me so far?
Following the midterms, because Lord knows this guy is still going to be around. And if you take an even closer look, just to add the cherry on top, he's wearing a Mao Zedong suit. And
yep, that's right. It can only be. There was somebody else that fucking had a really funny. Hold on. There was, I don't even know if I can find it right away. There was somebody that turned around and was like, it was somebody wearing like a Hugo Boss or whatever the fuck. And they were like, no, it's, it was like original, like they made the same uniforms for like Hitler or whatever. I don't even know if I could fucking find it. It was just a random thing in my fucking replies, but it was like funny as shit to me.
no, it's not the real name. It is a Mao Zedong suit. This is a communist wearing a Mao Zedong suit while singing We Are Charlie Kirk that has clips circulating online where he's saying it's okay for the capitalist women to get date raped and America deserved 9/11. What the fuck are we doing, bro?
Okay, so what are we doing, bro? What the fuck are we doing? He's clinging to hold on. He's clinging to a couple of things. One of them, because I was wrong in a post that I had. One of them is the fuck. It's not somebody already corrected me on this, and I already forgot the fucking name. But I ended up saying like, no, I fucked up. Because I was originally saying it was Liberty University. Liberty University has the exact same intentional removing of Title IX protection. Title IX protections being the shit that essentially enforces and requires colleges turn around and pursue sexual assault allegations and shit like that. Right? So he's bringing that up. He's going off of, because this was the other thing that this little fucker did. Let's relax to a video of Hasan saying rich daughters being raped by rich men is a moral good. And it's the 34-second bit thing from this video. Hallmarks to look out for. Yeah, it is Patrick Henry. Hallmarks to look out for when you see this shit. One of the things you always want to do is just crop in on, it's the other reason why the quality of these videos always look like shit. The grainier the video, you should know that like there was some fuckery afoot. The first thing they do is they cut all the rest of the shit off, right? So it would be like down here, and then you would have all the rest of what should be there. They want to make that fucking go away so that you can't even tell what he was talking about. The idea is to only take like, well, he was watching somebody golf and he decided to look into the fucking camera and just say some shit. So what's the clip? What's the quote that they push?
Doing one good thing, which is that like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. Doing one.
Now, a couple of people have already pointed out, I didn't even know this at the time, but he's borrowing off of a Donald Glover joke because you're talking about racist rapists sound terrible, but then you start to realize that there would be less people raped, meaning a racist rapist is going to end up having a higher standard in his head and the targets that he selects. That's the fucking tweet. Enemy Charlie was posting that one as a means of trying to show people that like this was never intended to be a serious statement. But Roman sent me
at least Patrick Henry College is,
but I'm less so this is the same thing from this.
College is like doing one.
But the takeaway on here is that earlier in the fucking video, you had men and women both participating in a fucking commercial that they were essentially talking about how dope and cool it was, that they were getting rid of all the woke shit, like the Title IX protections. So what you had was a dynamic where you had men and women both and their rich ass families saying, no, we like that. We like that. We want to send them there. That's good.
Not in the way of cancer research or whatever. He just straight up was like, what? Black lives matter? They don't matter. I'm stepping down. Fuck cancer.
He left the company that he created. Because of this experience, Vivek wrote a book you might have heard of called Woking.
Yeah, dude, this kind of stuff always comes out later down the line. Like, I don't know what the fuck this dude's deal is, but I wouldn't.
I don't necessarily want to watch the entire thing. Nope. What the fuck? Now, there was some portions in there earlier when they were showing like the. Whoa.
He started Patrick Henry College, a classical liberal arts college just outside of Washington, D.C. In only 20 years of the college's existence, Patrick Henry graduates have become leaders in the highest halls of power, including Congress, Hollywood, and the White House. And this sort of cultural impact was by design. Ferris has been fighting wokeism before it was even called.
This motherfucker, it's required, you're stupid to believe this stuff? Yeah. This motherfucker literally went and made a liberal arts university, but like even more filled to the brim with like fucking nepotist fail children. Affirmative action for conservatives? Yeah, literally, dude. What the fuck? Hey, man, if you're rich, white, and conservative, we have affirmative action programs for you. Don't worry. Like, we got this college.
Called wokeism. And more importantly, he's been winning.
And I dare anyone to read my legal analysis.
Through Patrick Henry College.
Dude, oh God, look at this Vox.com ass fucking editing there. Look at this.
And more importantly,
they put a thug hat and the thug life glasses on him. Look.
Winning. And I dare anyone to read my legal analysis.
Oh, dude, it's thug life, bro. This 76-year-old pervert is winning. He's thug life, dude. He fucking built a WASP academy. Bro, he said, I dare you to read my legal analysis. That is the least thug life moment of all time, okay? He literally did, actually, please read my legal analysis. And you're like, oh, fucking sick, dude. Fucking own. Get wrecked, libtards. This dude is like the first case of an adult that needs to be stuffed into a fucking locker, okay?
Through Patrick Henry College, Mike is taking the battle against woke to the source by educating new generations of students in a rigorous, truth-focused education. Where do you think
truth focus
started? What's your theory there?
Where I was seeing it mostly was in the schools of education. They were.
At least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire fail daughters is like in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. Think about it. It makes sense. Don't they feel dumb just saying wokeism all the time? Virginia. No, they don't. They are dumb. They are very dumb.
Teaching there is no truth. But what they meant is we're going to undermine the objective truth that you believe in and pretend that all truth is relative. And we're going to follow that up eventually with our.
Now, you might be wondering, that's kind of a wild thing to say. Okay. But if you knew anything about Patrick Henry College.
Christian College is the subject of criticism and scrutiny tonight.
Patrick Henry College in Purcellville is alleged to have swept several allegations of sexual assault aside. That to maintain the school's squeaky clean image. These assertions come from a just published article in the New Republic magazine. Stephen Cheetah has the story from Purcellville.
Patrick Henry College, founded in 2000. Just more than 300 students. It's a Christian college where drinking, dancing, and premarital sex is frowned upon.
We can see high standards in the rules, order, and in different areas, so I am happy.
But Patrick Henry suddenly is the subject of scorn. This after a report with a provocative title in the New Republic on its response to a series of alleged sexual assaults. Former students maintain when they told the Dean of Student Affairs, Sandra Corbett, about male students assaulting them, the women say Corbett suggested they brought it on themselves by their behavior and dress.
Is there any truth? Is this how you handle the allegations of sexual assault here at Patrick Henry?
You're going to have to stop the recording of the camera right now.
The New Republic reports Patrick Henry is among a handful of colleges which does not take federal funding. Thus,
they don't take federal funding so that they can avoid having to interact with or participate in any sort of the Title IX regulation. The federal funds is supposed to be the thing that encourages you. Certain items of like how colleges conduct themselves aren't mandatory, but it's a means to which to encourage certain like fair play, you know, dignities, rights, etc., protections to get them on board. But you turn around and have it be like a millionaire, billionaire college for the right-wing Christian Chauncey upper crusts, and they market it as such. They got rid of all the woke shit. and they go, well, we hate woke shit, so let's fucking send our families there. That's where this commentary is coming from. He is mocking the fucking culture of the college.
Is not required to provide programs to combat sexual assault on campus and to assist alleged victims report incidents to police. The Survivors Network of Those Abused by Priests, or SNAP, is weighing in on this controversy. It is calling for Patrick Henry to fire Dean Corbett.
She basically blamed the victims. She did not give them support.
We tried to speak with Dean Corbett, but instead we're told she's unavailable.
Yes.
Becky Ianni, herself a survivor of sexual abuse when she was a child at a religious school, worries Patrick Henry College could be further stigmatizing possible victims.
How many other victims could there be? I mean, are there other victims that are still staying silent because they're afraid? They're afraid if they come forward, no one will believe them or they'll be blamed?
No one from Patrick Henry would talk with us about the report or the assertions against the college. Stephen Cheetah, ABC 7 News.
So, again, that's where this is coming from. Was it vulgar and tactless? Sure, but it's not, it is a joke overall. It is not mocking the potential victims or the victims that have ever existed. It is mocking the fucked up priorities and the anti-woke fucking messaging, the flexing on the fact that these protections have been gotten rid of. We don't do that around here. We don't persecute those things around here. That's what he's fucking mocking. And that's what that little bastard is turning around and basically fucking trying to weaponize. He just said rich white women should be raped. Like, you're a fucking liar.
Why is this guy being given any airtime by the Democratic Party? Why are we entertaining this guy? Why are we shooting ourselves in the foot? This dude is so corrosive and toxic. And to further prove my point, I want to show you guys what is it that's going on online. You know, you did.
Okay, if you know, you know. Looking at this right off the bat, right off the rippy dip, what do you see on the screen? There's a reason that I started this off with that other tweet. I'm going to go back to that just one more time. Let me go grab it real quick. I closed the fucking thing and I shouldn't have. Yeah. Laura Loomer, sure, but a bunch of people quote tweeted Laura Loomer. There's another little element here that's like worth pointing out. Okay, he got his start with Jubilee, but also along side by side with getting a leg up with Bonercelli. He's cutting a fucking anti-Hasan video. In the anti-Hasan video that ends up getting boosted by Destiny to get his little head pats, he's complaining that Hasan is giving the right wing ammunition to shit on Democrats, to shit on not us, but them, him and those like him. Well, where are they getting the clip from? Where are they all getting the clip from? What did he do to look at this? He opened up the quote tweet from this fucking account. This account came from Destiny's community. This account came from Destiny's community. This dude, I don't want to go fucking look for it right now. This dude, for the longest time, was clipping things exclusively for like anything else. For Destiny, when Destiny and Dan were still doing that podcast, he was just clipping Hasan shit. And then it was so obvious what the fuck he was doing. He started mixing in some drama shit from like other streamers, but it was still something where Hasan was always the primary focus. So this is this guy got his legs underneath him from participating in Destiny's community. He's always been a fuck Hasan hate account. The fuel for the Republicans to shit on the Democrats is coming from the Democrats. It is coming from Destiny. It is coming. The clips are coming from inside the house. And he wants to sit there and say that anything that is giving Republicans ammo is bad. But he's only focusing on Hasan and not the fact that it's Destiny's community that is feeding this for the rest of the fucking world.
Something wrong when Laura Loomer has the confidence to go online and talk shit like she doesn't represent the White House. The Democrats are campaigning with Hasan Piker as he mocks the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The Democratic Party is the party of assassination culture. You see what I'm saying? It's the Red Scare shit. And we're a liberal party. Our guys are Kamala Harris, John Ossoff, James Salarico, Abigail Spanberger. What the fuck are we doing? Why are we shoulder to shoulder with this guy?
Abigail Spanberger was very popular right up until she got in and started basically either halting legislation or not fully fleshing out legislation that she said she would. And a lot of the more left-leaning people that helped her get into office immediately soured on her and said, what the fuck is going on? Talarico is cool, but it's a toss-up as to whether or not he'll get in. It's looking good, but it's Texas and it's fucking polling and Lord only knows what the fuck is going on. John Ossoff, yeah, right now he's coming across like a fucking fighter, but there's a lot there that's going to end up getting scrutinized between now and the fucking 2028. Like he's there's another quality here that is at play. Okay, you have these people try to sit there. No, I do agree. John Ossoff sucks. You have these people trying to sit there and basically be like, we need to protect the party from this outsider. It's like, bitch, you're not even doing the work. You're not doing the work. You're not going out there and trying to fucking do any of this shit. You're doing dog shit Charlie Kirk style fucking debate things occasionally arm in arm with Bonercelli at colleges that are drawing like crowds of like 5 people. And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing to actually help a single fucking candidate? Like dick fuck nothing. But he's bitching and moaning because as long as you can say that you're the true protector of the party, it's a means of trying to increase your own fucking brand. You're trying to increase your self-importance, your self-worth, but you're not protecting dick. You're not elevating anything. This is entirely the brand, the lane where it's like, I can tear some shit down, but I'll never tell you anything that's like, you should be looking forward to. Not a goddamn thing.
And just to keep on going, let's look. Who was talking about this? John fucking Doyle? Far-right loser?
Quote tweeting yeet.
Let's keep on going. The social media, 5.5 million views. Myron Gaines, everybody.
Friend of Destiny.
Yeah, these people are evil fucking pieces of shit. What are we doing? Jack Posobiec. Here is Hasan Piker mocking the murder of Charlie Kirk as we approach the 1-year anniversary of his assassination. The Bolsheviks will kill us at all, and they will laugh about it. It's everywhere. Unofficial Democrat spokesman Hasan Piker is glorifying the assassination. You see what I'm saying? Congrats to every...
It's just fucking Fox News and Republicans working. This is, like it or not, this is working with Destiny. There's no other explanation here. Can I definitely prove that like a phone call was placed or some shit like that? Fuck no. But this was the fucking the mechanism. This was the goal the entire time. I don't have it at my fingertips, but the dickhead said the other week, it's like he admitted that the fucking push from the clips was coming from him.
Democrat, along with the New York Times and CNN, for platforming this evil person. You see what I'm saying? They're platforming this loser who doesn't support liberalism, who doesn't support the Democratic Party, who doesn't support democracy. He's authoritarian. He's
authoritarian. That's why he's running people for fucking office. That's why he's helping candidates. That's why he's helping candidates. You baby back bitch. Look at him. Oh, his eyes are just bugging. He's in such a panic. This guy collaborates with Destiny, who's made it perfectly clear he's okay with political violence. He's pearl clutching because he's going to touch on this again. He's just a small bean, guys. Hasan is a big man, and little David here, he's just small bean. So he can do all that shit. He can do all the fucking memes and all the fucking, the things that Hasan's not supposed to be able to, because Hasan is super serious, and he doesn't have to be. That's why the double standard is there.
He wants a violent revolution. They're making...
Also, none of this shit is true. None of this shit is true. You're showing your fucking ignorance, kid. Look here, sonny boy. Look here, son. You got to understand something here. Like... doing all this bitching and moaning. But the only thing you're ultimately doing is offering up on a silver platter the very thing you don't want Republicans to have anyway. You're trying to show never Trumpers that are ultimately going to vote for Trump anyway that you're a baby back bitch, that you stand for nothing. You don't stand for anything, and therefore they're going to take your little YouTube video about Hasan Piker. They're going to say thank you, and then they're going to laugh at your ass. They will not give you credit for keeping your left flank in check. Instead, what they're going to do is still going to be what they're going to do anyway. They're going to vote for the Republican. You're going to bend over. You're going to drop your britches, and you're going to say, Republicans, I'm your friend. Vote for our establishment Democrat candidates. And they're going to laugh at you, boy. They're going to walk out of that pool hall. They're going to go down to the voting booth. And they're still going to vote for a Republican anyway. Because you don't actually advocate for a damn thing, son. You don't have the ability to convey a positive outlook for the future. You give nothing for anyone to ever get excited about besides tearing down. And that's why you're called a liberal. Not in a good way, but in a very derogatory way. The way a Karen is called a Karen. But you are called a liberal. Okay, I don't know where that came from, but, it was just something I felt like doing. So anyway, yeah, fuck this kid. That's the point.
Him seem like the poster boy for our party when he has nothing to do with it. He's got nothing to do with it. Lisa?
Hold on, listen to his voice crack.
Seem like the poster boy for our party when he has nothing to do with it. He's got nothing to do with it. The poster boy for our party when he has nothing to do with it. He's walking around with Daria Lisa. He's a Daria Lisa. He's nothing to do with it. Zoran Mamdani. Who the bro? These people are not the front of the Democratic Party making the decisions, deciding the party platform. They're part of the DSA.
They're part of the DSA. Come on. Also, you should watch Destiny. He's really good. Destiny should be unban Destiny on Twitch. Come on.
Under our umbrella, and it makes us look bad. In no world where there is an authoritarian president who is violating our constitution, destroying our economy, getting us in wars overseas, destroying our standing on the world stage, in no world should they have any fucking ammunition. And it's so easy for us to win. It's so easy.
You're such a cuck. You are a cuck. They're going to make shit up. It doesn't matter. There's a very easy way across the board that you defeat this shit is that the party should be advocating for something fucking bold. Put Republicans on the back foot. But the reason he's doing this is the same thing that the Republicans are doing it. They have nothing for you. They have nothing to offer you. They have nothing. They have no vision. They have nothing to fucking there's no there. There's no vision on the horizon. There's no fucking goals. There's no long-term plans. And heaven forbid somebody put a fucking a vision for the future. A group said, we want to try to work towards utopia. You should work with us. And this fucking little muppet is like, they're not Democrats. They're not liberals. They suck. Your inability to work with your left flank is the reason why you will never fucking get there, little man. Listen, little mans, you ain't getting there. You are not him. You are never going to be him.
Easy. We got it. We got the John Ossoff. You got it. But for some reason, we just want to make it harder on ourselves by positioning next to this fucking dumbass. Why? Why do we need to soften up to these people when we know they're going to hurt our odds? And it's just not just a vibes thing. It's empirically fucking...
Bitch, you've never softened up to your left flank, you fucking loser. You fucking loser. The D word. I missed it. I don't know what the D word even is. Destiny?
True. The DSA is underwater. It's more unfavorable than MAGA and Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? We need to disavow this guy. Distance ourselves from this guy. I have nothing to do with Hasan Piker. I don't fucking support Hasan Piker. He's a fucking loser. Attention.
What is it? Being called a loser is the price I pay for not being, or wait, fuck. What's the CM Punk line? Fuck. Not being liked by fucking losers is the price I pay for not being one. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Fucking, yeah. Not being liked by losers is the price I pay for not being one.
What does he care about democracy? This guy doesn't give a shit. He makes a shit ton of money. He lives in Los Angeles, like a big ass house. Has expensive ass clothing on. This guy's not a working class hero.
Nobody said he was, dipshit.
Motherfucker.
Oh, he said a swear. He did. Oh, hold on. We gotta, he got in an MFer, you guys.
This guy's not a working class hero, motherfucker. But we're giving him the ammo, and that's the biggest problem. If Hasan Piker was just doing his fucking thing, walking around, it is what it is. We live in an America where one side is going to weaponize everything against us because they're desperate, because they're losing.
Which is why, hold on, big boy. Hey, Bubba. Hey, look in my eyes. Get closer. Are you looking? Are you looking, David? That's why if you offer people shit, that's how you get past all this. They can call you every name imaginable, but when you tell the American public what you're doing as a party, and they go, fuck, I need that in my life. Gimme that shit. And you tell them, even if it's not as bold and dynamic as DSA, but when you tell them, hey, this is what we want to do for you, and you tell them something that resonates, and they go, no, wait, I do need that. That's good. I like that. I want to do that. Ultimately, none of this other shit matters. None of this other shit fucking matters. Nothing. There's no, the reason, again, the reason they are sticking to this dumb bullshit is because he knows the libs aren't lining up to fucking fix a goddamn thing. They got nothing. They got nothing. Their biggest thing is that they're not Trump, and they're going to work on affordability. They haven't told you what the fuck that is yet, because they don't want to tell you, because they don't want to fucking stick to anything. And the Republicans are sticking to Hasan because they also don't have dick. Dick nor shit, nor fuck. I just said 3 swears. I'm way more Evan Edgelord than this little Muppet.
Because they're so incredibly unpopular as a result of their terrible authoritarian policy, but they want to put us on equal footing. They want to put us on the same level. They want the average American to think that, again, it's a choice between two evils. And it's not. It's really not.
I mean, it's a choice between two variants. Like, if you have a system that will ultimately allow for people to fucking end up on the street, and you don't take that seriously as a full-time effort, a full-time thing that you need to take care of, if you have something that ultimately you're going to hear like liberals like him turn around and be like, well, you need to have a certain level of unemployment. You need to have a certain, like, you know, you can't have, and not everybody can have everything. You can't have everybody living in homes. Like, that's just, you know, you have to have a certain number of people. Like, you're not fixing shit. You have nothing. You have nothing. They're sticking to Hasan because that means they don't have to spend time talking about what the fuck any of them are going to do for you.
Authoritarian policy, but they want to put us on equal footing. They want to put us on the same level. They want the average American to think that, again, it's a choice between two evils. And it's not. It's really not. So we cannot continue to make space for people like this who are just corrosive to our party, to the mission.
Corrosive. What's the mission?
A better fucking place, because at the end.
How, bitch? How? Tell me how. How you gonna do that? How you gonna do that, King? We're gonna make it better. It's gonna get so good. We're gonna get so fucking good, and the country's gonna be good, and the Democrats are gonna get in, and they're just gonna do good things. What good things? They're good things, and they're going to be really good. Well, did they say what good things? No, but you can't ask them what they're going to do, because then that's being critical, and that's not fucking allowed. IRI and Hutch both fucking said it, and I about shit my pants and my belly button almost fell off, like just off onto the floor. They said I will never give IRI said it, Hutch fucking signed off on it. That I will never give a critical interview to a Democratic candidate, because if anyone leaves that interview not liking that Democrat, I haven't done my job. They don't want good public servants. They don't want anyone having any critical thought. They want you to be as dumb as a Fox News viewer and just lap up the slop, but they want the slop to be like tinted blue. You're not supposed to be critical. The thought of what are you going to do for me? Not supposed to happen. You're supposed to just nod your head and have the sound of like a cowbell happening between your ears because you have no thoughts happening. You're supposed to just fucking go along with what they want every single fucking time.
At the end of the day, it is what it is. And I'm having a tough time myself supporting someone like Abdul Sayed. And even then, he's ostensibly not even a part of this group.
Why would you have a tough time support what? Because he got to the dance by having Hasan advocate for him, having Hasan's people door knock, having Hasan's people fucking fundraise, do phone calls. Hasan's people, like it or not, they did that shit the right fucking way. And if you have a problem with that, you're bitch made. You are a loser. You're a fucking loser. There was no shenanigans. There was nothing but people getting organized and someone actually using their crowd to help a candidate. Something that this motherfucker has not done. Something that this motherfucker's senpai has not fucking done. Yeah. Bell 11. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. But look at his polling. It's a neck and neck race. Why?
Because you dumb fucks are doing this. You guys are doing this. That's why. Because you have a dude that wants to take a chunk out of the military industrial complex, that wants to fucking basically say that the bombing of civilians needs to stop. And there's people that affects their bottom line, and they don't fucking like that. As opposed to Haley Stevens, who would have been up 35 points or what? Well, yeah. Well, in a vacuum, you're just looking at the pendulum swing. And I think that that's actually really important to take into consideration. You could have had Democrats across the board, just DNC, just liberals, just fucking DNC liberals. If they were going big air, the pendulum swing this time would have gone further in their favor if they were trying to project what they were going to do for the American people. They weren't doing that. They were just using empty language. They glommed on to some things that Mamdani said about affordability. But when Mamdani talked about it, he said what he was going to do. When Hakeem Jeffrey says it, it's just a fucking filler word. It's the horse meat in the fucking Taco Bell burrito that still tastes fucking amazing, by the way. I'm not knocking horse meat, but still. Like, they've bastardized something that somebody else fucking made popular, and then they don't want to give that particular politician that's breathing life back into the party any fucking credit. People like Hutch will turn around. Hakeem Jeffries is really focused in on affordability. No, he's not. The fuck is he said he's going to do? He just says affordability like it's fucking Salt Bay. He's just sprinkling affordability language, but he's never said what the fuck he's actually going to do to tackle that shit.
Why? These people are not electable nationwide. They're walking around with Hasan, and they're making everybody think that they have a fucking chance while they support an authoritarian in Donald Trump who try to overthrow American democracy, that they have a chance to...
Wait, their support... What? The fuck is he saying?
These people are not electable nationwide.
So wait, if the suggestion is right now that Daria Aliza isn't electable as president, okay, I agree. And?
They're walking around with Hasan, and they're making...
Okay, so they're walking around with Hasan. They're not electable nationwide, even though they're getting in for federal office. Okay, cool.
Not electable nationwide. They're walking around with Hasan, and they're making everybody think that they have a fucking chance while they support an authoritarian in Donald Trump who try to over...
So how did they support Donald Trump on January 6th when they weren't running for... What the fuck does that mean? What? He's working himself up into a little tiny lather, bless his little heart. What the fuck is he talking about? They supported Donald Trump, who's trying to overthrow the country.
Think that they have a fucking chance while they support an authoritarian in Donald Trump who try to overthrow American democracy, that they have a chance to criticize us when they don't.
When did any of them support Trump? What, just by being critical of Kamala? Even though they fucking mostly, almost all of them fucking voted for Kamala?
We're not on equal footing. I support democracy.
Also, this is why this dipshit is fucking just an absolute loser. El Sayed endorsed Kamala. Kamala is endorsing El Sayed. So where's this conversation coming from? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, kid. Look here, kid. Listen, son. Look here, Junior. El Sayed, so even by the metric that he's working himself up into a tiny little lather. He's working himself up into a little lather. And what he's doing is he's saying these people helped Trump win. But he's like, but I won't vote for El Sayed. I have a hard time voting for El Sayed. You don't even know the fucking politics that you're trying to speak to, you dumb little bastard.
Democracy, freedom, prosperity for every single American. You're right to say what you want to say, even if it goes against, even if it's at variance with the administration. But these people don't.
Based on what? And all this other shit, where's the economic policy that you're in favor of? What fucking politician has economic policy that has the potential to fix the country better than what any of the DSA people are currently advocating for? Dipshit. That's the thing. He's doing the same fucking dumb bullshit that most establishment libs are doing, which is like, we want to increase opportunity. Our policy is win. And when we get in, we're going to do good things. And it's like, you know why you absolutely shouldn't let these people slide on that fucking language? Is because if they get in on promising nothing, then you can't get a single fucking demand on them after the fact. Do you understand? If you go, okay, can we have Medicare for all? Well, I didn't run on that. Well, what about a public option? Did you hear me mention a public option in the meanwhile? Like, the whole goal, you gotta get something for your vote. You gotta make them at least put their name to something. They gotta put their priority set in a realm that is at least appealing to their potential constituency. No, you're supposed to just vote for them because they're blue, bro.
In no world do they represent the core of the Democratic Party, and don't get it fucking twisted. So, just to be clear, I disavow this motherfucker wholeheartedly. I support politicians, not some random influencer. He's not at the core of the Democratic Party. He's not a...
He doesn't support random influencer, and he's got to get out ahead of the fact that he's like, I don't even know who Destiny is. Destiny? What's the game? I don't even play games, son. I'm in serious politics.
Fucking spokesman. And you cannot allow for Republicans to run this message as if it's fucking true, because it is not. And it's absolutely ridiculous. We cannot give these people ammo. And just to further the argument here as to why we need to separate ourselves from this fucking toxic political brand, here is a poll by
Toxic political brand, but you're getting on board with a fucking slander Twitter account run by a dude that has recent, I can't stress this enough, this isn't even a stretch. There was a recent leak, no, it wasn't a leak, it was a release of a current deposition where the lawyer goes, hold on. This is like, where is it? Where the fuck is it over there? So, you realize you have a legal obligation to verify someone's age before exchanging pornography. Objection to the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion, otherwise you can answer. The witness, I'm not saying who the witness is, but the witness, I'm not aware of that, no. So, do I have to spell out what the fuck that means? What he's playing dumb to? You want to talk about people that are toxic, people that are fucking bad for the brand. People that ultimately are gonna fucking cause nothing but strife and fucking heartache and everything else.
Marquette Law School that was released not too long ago, going over who is less favorable, who is less popular amongst the average American. Is it going to be MAGA or the DSA? It's fucking DSA. It's DSA all the way. They're negative 30. They're negative 30. They're negative 30 fucking points.
Yeah, when you have a bunch of people fucking talk shit about what your candidates aren't even running on, you're gonna end up having some issues in the public. But it doesn't mean you give up the fight. The fuck you mean? They got in. And here's the thing. If they even have so much as a single term under their belt, they'll get more in. I don't even know. And ultimately, I don't even give a fuck. If it's what was the fucking publication? DSA's favorability rating stood at negative 30 in the new Marquette poll, with 24% of respondents saying they viewed the organization favorably and 54% viewing it unfavorably. 22% said they had not heard enough. But here's the other thing. The CNN dude has turned around and said at least 40% of the Democratic base it was something I think higher than that, but it was at least 40% of the Democratic base would prefer a Democratic Socialist for their representation than a regular Democrat. The polls are wonderful because ultimately you can find something that fucking also turns this on its ear.
Only 22% have a favorable view of this organization, while 54 do not. Are we serious?
Well, it's a good thing the organization isn't what's running, jackass.
Why are we surrounding ourselves with these fucking people? Why? It's
the most important. The most important version is the Reuters Ipsos national poll released July 28th. They produced a striking tie. Democratic Socialists, 27% said they have at least some good ideas. 51% said few or none. 20% were unsure. MAGA Republicans, also 27%, said they have at least some good ideas. 57% said few or none. 13% were unsure. Only 49% of Americans said they understood Democratic Socialist policies, while 47% that they do not. The survey covered 1,248 U.S. adults with a +3 point margin of error. Again, the issue here, or he's doing like a bait and switch, because who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? They don't like DSA. They don't like DSA. What they want is candidates that are going to come forward and say, here's what I want to do for you. And then they're going to go, cool, I like the sound of that. Get people to do a better pitch, dumb fuck. That's why your folks have lost in those races. That's why they've gotten as far as they have. They gave a better fucking pitch.
Pointless. It's futile. It hurts our odds. We got it in the bag, bro. We have it in the bag. Why make it hard on ourselves? So I'm not going to make it hard on myself. I disavow these people whole fucking heartedly. I do not support an organization, who wants to defang the judiciary, make it subordinate to Congress, wants no checks.
The judiciary. So talking about restructuring the Supreme Court, even Kamala is talking about restructuring the Supreme Court. El Sayed is talking about restructuring the Supreme Court. Restructuring the Supreme Court is a very popular thing right now. It's something that Trump fucking speaks against, but most Democrats, especially most libs, are sitting there saying that something has to be done about the Supreme Court, because otherwise you're never going to get anything accomplished. Dumb motherfucker. Stupid fucking muppet.
Against domination of minority political classes. That's the DSA. That's their fucking charter. You can go check out their policy. I don't support this. I support America. I support democracy. I support freedom.
Democratic Socialists of America. You saying buzzwords doesn't mean dick, Junior. Dumb fuck.
Support liberal values. That's the simple truth. No way to fucking...
The DSA label polls considerably worse than many DSA-type policies. A subsequent Reuters Ipsos survey found among independents. 64% supported raising taxes on wealthy people and corporations. 60% supported government-provided universal health care. Yet 43% said the label Democratic Socialist made them less likely to support a candidate. MAGA branding was even worse, was even more damaging among independents, with 59% saying MAGA affiliation made them less likely to support the candidate. You are doing the work to kneecap and assist Republicans by overemphasizing long-term futuristic goals of the org and just admitting and acknowledging what the candidates themselves ran on. One of the things I will not do anymore, and there will be future conversations with people for sure, but one of the things I will not do anymore is unless someone admits that none of the DSA things specifically that they are afraid of is what any of the candidates ran on, unless they open with that and admit that and state that, no, I'm not moving forward. Like, that's it. Get fucked. I'm so tired of this shit. You're doing the legwork for Republicans by cutting off the legs of your left flank. You're helping them. You're cutting content for them. Boosting the fucking very thing that Republicans are using to turn around. Like, this shit is coming from Destiny. What do you want? What do you think? God damn it.
Sugarcoat it. So I'm not going to surround myself with these people. I fucking disagree. That's the simple truth. Simple as that. I don't support authoritarians like MAGA does. And I don't support the destruction of democracy like some people on the left are advocating for. So, just to be clear,
who?
John,
who? You little bastard? Who? Who? I'm Woodsy the Owl every time I see you and hear you talk because I'm asking, fucking who? Who, bitch?
Ossoff is not represented by Hasan Piker. James Salarico is not represented by Hasan Piker. Abdul El-Sayed is not represented by Hasan Piker, no matter how bad they want to connect these motherfuckers.
Wait, you're doing that legwork, dumb fuck. You're trying to sit there and say that.
A better life for every American. MAGA doesn't, but they're going to roll in the fucking mud because that's the only thing they're goddamn good at. And make you believe that both parties.
Establishment Democrats aren't good at rolling in the mud. This is like the first true thing that this dumb motherfucker has said the entire time.
Are identical, but they're not. They're not. One has a proven track record voting for your prosperity, while the other one votes to sell you out. And it's that simple.
He is, because he's looking down. You can see his, watch.
Your prosperity.
His eyes pivot this way. Watch.
Sell you out. And it's that simple. It is that simple. So listen, everybody. That's it for this fucking rant. We're going to stop talking about this guy for a while unless he ends up doing some dumb shit again. Okay? We love America. Okay? That's the simple truth. We love America. And if you do too, if you agree with me, subscribe so you can continue seeing him on your feed.
And post. Okay, where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? I didn't get a look at, hold on. Maybe somebody got the, I didn't see the subs. I'm not good with like the social blade or like the fucking trying to see if the thumbnail that Mason posted had the views. 6 hours. It's been over a day and it's only gotten 6,000 views. So I don't know. Since socialism or barbarism is still here, here's what we'll do. Okay, the rest of the shit I got for the evening are all very, 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 very long pieces. So I took a look at that. Get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of this. Get rid of this. We have Hutch shitting on Sam, or we have Bonercelli. So we're going to do one of those. That's what we're going to do next. However, promise is made, promise is kept. Trigger warning. Oh, fuck, dumbass. Turn the fucking camera. Stupid fuck. Boop, 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 boop. No, don't do that, because I still over last time. Just chill. Just calm the fuck down. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop.
She's not only winning,
I'm not doing 80.
crushing it.
I'm not doing 80.
86%. I'm Donnie. Fucked us. Much smaller area.
He spoke the truth when the cost was high.
This is for yesterday.
For Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. Charlie Kirk is courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. The battle is raging, the darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit, we answer the call. The truth is eternal, the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk, forever alive.
And that's our bottom line, cause Stone Cold said so.
Anyway. Fuck, I'm thirsty now. I don't do this enough. Ah! That's the video didn't go long enough. I should have played something else. No, it wasn't a remix. It was a Bella Ciao Palestinian version. I play that sometimes. It went. Where is it? Although I think this one will actually get the YouTube odd clip. I'm not going to play it. Anyway. Kill this. 1 for Destiny, 2 for Hutch. 1 for Destiny, 2 for Hutch. Decide now. Decide your fate. 1 for Destiny, 2 for Hutch. You might be the deciding vote. All it takes is, okay, 2. It's split. Uh-oh, Hutch is running with it. All right, fuck it. This is probably better anyway. All right, well, I'm not going to make y'all look at all this awfulness. Okay, so one of the things that I always do, I'm always on the lookout for. We don't allow Sam slander in this household. We don't cotton that. We don't take to it.
You point to that 2010 video where we were still talking about budget deficit, but I also did another one where they were protesting the Ground Zero, mosque,
which wasn't a mosque
at all.
Ground Zero, yeah.
And it wasn't at Ground Zero. I actually sort of went down from my apartment to show it, but this was there then. And in fact, in like 06, my producer from the Majority Report on Air America and I wrote a book called FUBAR, which you could probably get on eBay for 83 cents. You might be overpaying a little bit at this point, but the
hate of Sam Cedar is forced. I don't care who hears me say it.
whole thing was
he claims that he predicted that Trump would win the primary. I'm just doing a little investigative journalism myself.
Claude.
Back on his Twitter feed.
Oh, no, Twitter feed. If you go back far enough, it's always Twitter.
Is not hyper online when it comes to Twitter, and so I don't have to even scroll that far.
It's about, this is not your...
What's the answer? Are you going to say what you found?
Your father's Republican Party. Like, there is a change afoot that I think we were...
June 16th, 2015. Why should we take Trump any more or less seriously than the other GOP nominees? All right, fact check. Correct. Seems like he did appreciate that Trump could possibly win the primary.
We were more sensitive to because, we listened to AM talk radio.
Yes.
And it was out there and it was clear where the base of the party was going. And Trump was the sort of like consummation of where they were taking this party.
Also, it wasn't organic on Trump's part. I mean, people forget this. I can't remember where I read it at the time, but back in 2016, when people were analyzing how Trump destroyed these mainstream rivals, 16, 17 of them, because he had his finger on the pulse of the base in a way they didn't.
100%.
And he had it, not directly because Trump doesn't do any homework or any kind of prep and doesn't like to talk to the plebs.
Trump had the ability, that like a one-time ability to basically say, I can use he was doing like right-wing populism, but we didn't have the ability for normies to be as plugged in and know that he was fucking lying, right? There was a lot of people I was trying to warn to be like, this guy has failed like every business he's ever touched. Everything this guy has touched has turned to shit. He bankrupted a fucking casino. How do you do that? So the thing that worked is the thing that is almost certainly always going to work is if you can, but it has to be believable, convincible. I'm going to work for you. I'm going to do for you things that will make your life better.
But he sent Dan Scavino and all these guys on his team to go listen to AM radio, to go hear what Joe Arpaio was saying in Arizona. And they realized the border, immigration, the wall, that is what gets you out in front of all these people. And Trump until then had never been anti-immigrant in that sense. He was always a racist, but he employs migrants to this day at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He was a pro-choice Democratic donor, et cetera, et cetera. But he understood, as you say, that is where the base was in a way that Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina, whatever it was, who were the people running, didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, there were two things. I mean, one, people forget that Mitt Romney in the 2012 election came to New York and made a big show of kissing Donald Trump's ring at that time. And the other thing was, like, people also forget that George Bush was sold as the CEO president. And
that's great. That's great commentary, Hutch. Really, Hutch, what do you think about the video so far, Hutch? Do you have is there some things in Claude you could be looking up for us right now, Hutch? I think I know, because I saw a clip of this where he goes, if he says that the American left is like liberals in another country, I'm ending the show. And then he basically says like the left here isn't really left. And then he kills his camera. The issue is he doesn't know enough about that era to be able to even to like riff and pause and kind of vamp on a topic. He just doesn't have the knowledge base.
And you had Paul Ryan at the time talking, these made up stories about kids don't want kids don't want a free lunch. They want a brown bag lunch. And there was this whole idea in the Republican Party that
whatever the fuck he's pausing, it's the most worthless shit imaginable. And that's why you're seeing these jump cuts that go nowhere.
Poor, you were morally unrighteous. Yes. And the opposite is, if you're rich, you're morally righteous. And so, I remember when Donald Trump came down the escalator, that night I was on Chris Hayes' program, and I think we did a Mystery Science 3000 type of thing with him coming down the escalator. We stood in front of it. And I remember being in the green.
Did he not listen? When I look for shit, right here, let's do this. A lot of these are going to be foreign language shits because, America doesn't really give a fuck. But I'll go through. I'll look at thumbnails. I'll look at the title on the thumbnail. No change in Gaza after Kushner meeting. Will Israel escalate in Lebanon? The take. 5 minutes and 50 seconds. It gives some info that I might find interesting. Okay, I'll add that. No, I'll keep going. Right? And I look at the rundown. I look at the description. That'll be good. I'll add it. And then I'll keep going. I have this feeling he was just like, it's Sam Cedar, and the only thing I know how to do is shit on the left. But ultimately, everything that's happening so far in this conversation, he's got nothing to say. There's nothing there that he can kind of build upon. There's no level of knowledge where he can give insights, or he's certainly not going to give any credit to Sam to basically be like, that's a good point Sam is making. At the end of the day, that is fair. And he did have scathing critique of Trump. And that's, ultimately, that's pretty, like, none of that shit. He's just he's just stealing this fucking video.
Green room. And I can't remember who was there, or maybe it was in, makeup. And maybe it was with Eamon and maybe Katie Tur. I can't remember. And they're watching and they're laughing at this. And I'm like, this guy's going to win the primary. Like, I didn't think he would win the general, but I was like, he's going to win the primary because
that's about it. Hittori. That's it. That's all he got. That's all he know how to do. That's all that boy don't know how to do right now. All that boy know how to do, he wake up, he charge his phone, he eat hot chip, and he tell lie about the left. And that's it. That's all he do.
The whole Republican Party has been, if you have money, you are morally righteous. And he's going to sit on that stage. Wow. And whenever he says anything, because he's a billionaire, or supposedly, he certainly is now.
We're almost 5 minutes in. He said nothing substantive, and this is an edit that his editors put together, meaning they've cut shit out, but they took out things that were fluff that had nothing to do with the video.
Whatever he says
so you
is
called
going
it
to
early.
Trump. Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember sitting across from Chris going like, this is serious.
Chris, I had been kind of checked out of politics for a little bit. Went through a bit of a weird phase in my life, okay? Things got a little weird. But I had been kind of checked out of politics for a really long time. I paid attention loosely to big political stories when they dropped, but I was not engaged. And when Trump started running in the Republican primaries, I purchased cable for the first time in my adult life just so I could watch the news coverage and the debates. I just was so fascinated with the Republican.
2015, 2016, I was already a cord cutter, and I was already deeply paying attention for several years at that point. At least in domestic politics, didn't have a real understanding of like a lot of the dynamic forces outside of the United States and power players and status quo and all this different shit. But I was very much like a domestic politics, Democrats good, Republicans bad. But money in politics being a bad thing. So if there's a Democrat that's throwing in order to collect the bag, that's a bad person. But the notion of like, he got so serious that he got cable television at a time when you could already get damn near everything from fucking YouTube is like, you're not telling me anything. It just means you started watching fucking CNN more. That's useless.
Primaries. I wasn't even really paying attention a lot to the Democratic primaries. It was a little unclimactic. Is that the word? Hillary had a huge advantage the whole time. And so there wasn't really a lot of like mystery or drama there. I mean, eventually that changed. by the time we got to like the WikiLeaks stuff. But during the early stages of the primary, you know, like September, October 2015, I was just fascinated with the rise of Donald Trump. And from that point on, I just got way more engaged in politics again.
Hey, star of Amazon's The Boys.
Notice he has nothing to add. No commentary, no tweaks, no, you know, I thought this about Trump, that about, nope, nothing. He's like, Trump made me get cable is the most substantive thing that he just offered in the first 5 minutes of this video.
Exactly. You and Keith Ellison, if I remember correctly. Keith Ellison went on ABC, George Stephanopoulos, and said Trump would win, and they all laughed at him.
They all laughed at him, yeah.
Meanwhile, the Hillary Clinton campaign was saying, this is the best guy we could face off against. We hope it's him.
Uh-oh.
Clinton.
Uh-oh. Don't mention Pied Piper around Hutch. That's a sore spot. That's a sore spot, even though it's a completely correct and true thing. And to this day, see. Now, does Trump have autonomy? Do the Republican voters have autonomy? Does the American voting populace have autonomy? Yes to all these things. Clearly, I'm not that big of an asshole, but I will always blame the candidate. I will always blame the people that claw their way to the top, that turn around and make decisions. And these are both from 2016. This is after she lost. They always wanted Trump inside Team Clinton's year-long struggle to find a strategy against the opponent that they were most eager to face. Salon Magazine, how the Hillary Clinton campaign deliberately elevated Donald Trump with its Pied Piper strategy. An email released by WikiLeaks shows that the Democratic Party purposefully elevated Trump to the leader of the pack. Yeah, fucking whoopsies is right. They fucked around and we found out, and now we've gotten this fucker twice. But don't get me wrong. I saw plenty I saw plenty of this shit.
Brought out the pink Lamborghini just a race with China. What the race?
Hell yeah.
Just a race in China.
Girl boss that shit.
Bitch, but
Two bad bitches that both lost to Trump. Straight up. Girl power, girl boss. More female CEOs. Pink jumpsuits for everybody.
she mixed with China. Real thick vagina. Smuggle bricks to China.
You know what I mean? Fuck yeah. Pokemon, go to the polls. So yeah, fuck all this shit. This is the link you, hold on, what is this? All right, I'll do it. It's the mood I'm in. Why not?
More questions? They said no, she has to go.
What's something that you always carry with you?
Hot sauce. Really?
Yeah.
The look on her face when she said that shit.
Something that you always carry with you.
Hot sauce. Really?
She's not buying that. He's like, shut up.
Yeah.
Really? Are you getting information right now?
Hot sauce.
Hot sauce in my bag, swag?
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
Now listen, I just want you to know, people are going to see this and say, okay, she's pandering to black people.
Okay. Is it working?
Shut up. Is it working? Because I'll keep doing it.
Was uniquely ill-suited to run against Donald Trump.
Should have done great against Romney. Should have gone great against Romney.
Or Jeb Bush or any of them.
I think this is a bit smug and kind of bullshit because like if it was their preferred candidate, like let's say Bernie was for some reason just like crushing Hillary and he was looking like he was poised to become the Democratic nominee, they would have had the same thought. You are out of your mind if you think that Bernie Sanders, if he was going to be the nominee, he wouldn't have wanted to go up against Ben Carson and Donald Trump. You know, there were obvious reasons for thinking that, and this feels like a bit of like hindsight being 2020. And how could Hillary be so stupid? It's like, come on, everybody, most people thought that Donald Trump did not have a chance in the general. That was such.
Dude, the news channels were cutting away from Bernie to show an empty podium for Trump. They built his ass up, brother. Why are you like this?
Conventional wisdom at the time and for reasons that should be kind of obvious, but
but she was running on her CV, which, you know, on paper, I mean, I had some political disagreements with her, but in terms of qualifications, there may have not been a single person
that was a line
who
at
was
the
more
time. She was the
qualified.
most qualified.
But the problem is like Donald Trump was uniquely situated to attack someone's CV.
CV, what does that mean? I'm a little bit stupid.
Conventional wisdom. You know, I think the Democratic Party, in many respects, still has not learned the lesson from that, which is that.
Is he gonna? He's not even gonna Claude it. Hold on. Here, we don't need Claude. I'm hearing you go. It's a resume, but hold on. So in politics, what is a curriculum vitae? In politics, a CV most commonly stands for a curriculum vitae, a written record of a person's work history, education, and credentials. Took 2 seconds. He'll only use those precious Claude tokens when he's like, Hasan said something I don't like. Let me prove it's wrong. And it's like, ultimately, Hasan, whether you like it or not, he's sitting there shooting from the dome. And if you watch his YouTube videos, most of the time, even if it's a wrong thing, ultimately, all of the fucking shit he's saying can point back to some article that at least backs up the concept. The principle might be wrong, but at least you can tell that he read it from somewhere. And he's now basically talking about that earned knowledge. Dipshit McGee here really doesn't have anything to add at any given moment. And his only value add any of this commentary is like, well, let's see if that's true. That's not true. And then you hear clickety clack, click, click, clack, clack, clack. And then he reads off something from fucking Claude. He must be using a script. Well, no, he's not. He's only ever really going off. Oh no, you're talking about fucking Destiny. Never mind.
Like, these elections are change elections. And if you go around and project that, like, we're the establishment, so much so that I'm traveling around with a Republican. Even
as Kamala Harris did in 2024.
Exactly.
And of course, Hillary ran on.
Wait, you have a problem with that? Hold on.
And if you go around and project that, like, we're the establishment, so much so that I'm traveling around with a Republican. Even
as Kamala Harris did in 2024.
Exactly.
And of course, Hillary ran on.
Kamala said, okay, here's my issue with this shit. Kamala was asked, would you have a Republican in your cabinet? She said yes. She's open to good ideas. And then she went to the final 2 states days before the general election, the last chance to put an impression on the American voters. And she did it with Liz fucking Cheney. And to this day, this spineless little fucking, I don't even want to say it, this little weasel is like, Liz Cheney put more on the line than anybody because she tried to. Dude, it was a family power play. He said her daddy was a war criminal. Trump said her daddy sucked ass and balls and dick. So she turned around and said, no, you don't. And she tried to fucking participate in the impeachment hearings, and it didn't fucking go well for her. And then she got voted out of office. But she wasn't doing it out of some altruistic desire to fucking absolutely, preserve the Constitution or some shit. She don't give a fuck about the Constitution. She'll vote to take away constitutional rights from LGBTQ people. She did it in the past. She sold the fucking Iraq war. She was a part of that administration. She was a part of the State Department. She fucking pitched that shit. Her daddy fucking went on NBC in 2014 and still defended doing fucking torture. That family sucks ass. Her pushing back against Trump had nothing to do with the Constitution and everything to do with trying to revitalize her fucking family name. And in turn, you can't tell me that she wouldn't have absolutely sealed the deal for a cabinet position and a revitalization of the Cheney family name under Kamala. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that otherwise. But that's the cope. That's the cope that libs do. It's like, man, I would give money tomorrow. If Liz Cheney ran as a Democrat, I would endorse the shit out of her. Like, I bet you fucking would. Loser. Fucking loser. Spineless. You will prop up and put on a pedestal the worst fucking people imaginable, as long as it's like they fucking bow the knee, bend the knee, Well, fuck, I took too long. Okay, I've got it. I've got it on deck next time. I need to save this and make a button. I was gonna go into a, but too late. I fucked it up. Fucked it up. Anyway, back to the video. Yeah, if you bend the knee and just say like Trump bad and liberalism is good, you can go into the voting booth. Here's the thing you have to understand. All of the conservatives that these fuckers have turned around and collabed with because they were willing to say Trump bad and get head pats from the little liberal YouTuber little hierarchy, you know they all voted for Trump. You know they all voted for Trump. They all went in that booth and they fucking voted for Trump. Because they had some reason ultimately. They were like, oh, Kamala's going to take my guns. Kamala's going to do this, that, and the other. But they went on camera and they fucking nodded their heads and they got traffic sent their way. They did networking. That's what in the tent means, especially for this prick. It's all about, will a Republican come along and be a convenient foil for a fucking debate? Will they come along and say, yeah, Trump bad? Oh, that was brave of you. That was bold and very brave. They'll still turn around and say that every policy that a Dem wants to do is like the worst thing ever. They'll still fucking shank you in the back, 100%. But they'll elevate them before they'll ever turn around and try to work with or synthesize with someone to their left to figure out, hey, I don't like that policy completely, but here's what I would. Here's where I'll meet you halfway on. They'll never have that conversation because when you start to seed ground in them, you have to end up admitting in some capacity that the system that the mainstream establishment Dems support fucking sucks. That's the road to ruin, brother. You start. There we go. When you start basically saying that the Democrats are bad in any capacity, then you basically have to open up your eyes. You open up your eyes to a status quo that doesn't help the working class. That's why no matter what Kamala does, it's perfect. No matter what Hakeem Jeffrey does, it's the most charismatic thing I've ever heard in my life, goddammit. When Chuck Schumer says that his number one goal is to make sure that the Democratic Party loves Israel for all time, I get up off my chair and I say, amen, goddammit. Like, that's the way you have to stay in that lane. You have to be absolutely cucked because otherwise when you start to meet someone to your left halfway, you at that point it's all or nothing. When you start to admit that the fucking system's kind of fucked up, as soon as you start to come around and go like, well, you know what? This part is bad. You inherently make yourself look like a hypocrite when you also simultaneously turn around and admit that like, but we still have to keep doing it. When you go dark money, I don't like it, but you know what? We need it because they have it. So we need it too. We need to fight fire with fire. You just said that it's okay that you continue to take fucking legal bribes. That it's okay for your favorite establishment candidate to be bought off by like the pharmaceutical lobby or, you know, the energy sector or whatever the case may be, the AI sector, that they can pump money in your direction and that you'll put your fucking stupid face in front of a camera and say that these people are only here to help. And when the Dems do that and you refuse to be critical of the Democrats, you have no fucking choice but to basically echo those exact same things. You are a fanboy. You're a fan club. You're a fan club for people that don't want to do the fucking work on your behalf. You're a fan club, and in turn, you put out messaging on the regular that says lower your fucking expectations. You don't deserve good thing. Sponsored in part by Third Way.
Find it so lazy. It's just like low-hanging fruit. Just lazy. Oh, it's so triggering. There were 2 days of campaigning, you guys. 2 total days of campaigning that Liz Cheney did with Kamala's campaign. I think it was like 3 or 4 total stops, but it was literally 2 days. And the way they describe it is like she was palling all over the country with Liz Cheney. And it's like, I just think that their fundamental assumptions of where the electorate is at, I think they're right on some stuff. Like they're correctly diagnosing the anger that's out there and the anti-establishment wave that's out there. And they might be correct about some of the reasons that is contributing to that hostility towards the establishment or whatever you want to call it. But then they just have this, like some of the rest of their fundamental assumptions are just way completely untethered from reality. I just don't understand what possesses people like Mehdi and Hasan and Sam Cedar to lecture the Democratic Party about essentially like elected.
Bitch, you lost. You lost. The other thing that he turns around so often and talks about, you don't have a right to. Okay, let's have here. We can fix this. Here's all you have to do. Here's all you have to do. Get on board for strict campaign finance reform, matching funds, and the ability for basically anybody to run and have the same playing field. We're not going to get it anytime soon, but at least at a bare minimum, you should be turning around and basically saying that you're in favor of that. If you're not in favor of that, then you're a fraud. You're a phony. You're plastic. If you're not in favor of amazingly strict, redesigned campaign finance reform from the ground up so that people have the ability to have the same equal footing to get out there and put out a message so that we could actually test some of these messages. If you turn around and if you say some shit like you're not in favor of that, then you're just a big phony.
You bald fraud.
That's it. That's all there is to it. But he'll never, like, I wonder if he'd ever touch, like, if someone could put that in front of him and then touch that to see if, like, he'd be like, yeah, I'd be okay with that. At least that's a sign of, like, a little bit of good faith. But in the meanwhile, he just wants to go, who are you to say so? Like, bitch, we were all yelling at the fucking iceberg that was dead ahead. You didn't fuck. You know why lefties? You want to know why lefties have the ability to say you're fucking wrong? That's why. You want to know why lefties have the right to say that you're wrong? Right here, big dog. Fucking right here, brother. Oh.
Cane to ass.
That's it. You can't. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Did she crush it? Did she really crush it? Did she fucking knock it out of the park? Did she, big dog? Is that what happened? Fucking jackass. Yeah, this was the night of the DNC, the third night when she's like, most lethal military, biggest dick military imaginable. Didn't put a Palestinian on stage, didn't put a single trans person, put several venture capitalist CEOs up on that bitch. Did that several times. They were all about that. If we could we need more CEOs because we're liberals.
Liberal.
That's, you know, fucking. Here's my other one. This is the other one that I love. This goes hand in hand with like, here. There's 2 tweets of his that I have bookmarked and it's awesome. So this was before everything else. Voice of the people. I don't know who this is and it doesn't matter. Then you're an idiot because you're making all of us want to vote for a Democrat less. His response: if a fucking Twitch streamer is seriously influencing your 2024 decision, there's a 0% chance that you take politics seriously in the slightest. Holy shit, LOL.
What?
He says, you shouldn't be listening to Twitch streamers. Who cares what a Twitch streamer says?
What?
He says, don't listen to Twitch streamers.
Dummy. Yeah. Yeah. Dummy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, how could you hate this man? He's perfect. He's wonderful. Everybody thinks I hate him. I don't. I love him so much.
Stability. The kind of campaigns that you should run if you want to have national appeal. You know, running for president is obviously a way different, calls for a way different strategy than running in a state like New York.
No shit. But the thing that lets you run circles around the Democrat, the Democrat pick, the language that you use to get working class people on board, the right has working class people too. You know that, right? You know that, right? There's a means to which, but here's the thing, and this is something that you can track from the 70s. This was a project from the 70s onward. I talk about this all the fucking time. The Powell Memorandum and the Crisis of Democracy by the Trilateral Commission. The goal was to get people to be disinterested. The goal was to be able to get us into a position where fewer people would vote, make less demands on our government, and expect less. And then this fuck turns around and tells his own viewers to lower your expectations, expect less, and literally that good things are not possible. Like, come on. Like, are you... I don't want to say Republican op, but for fuck's sake.
California or Georgia or Arizona. And I just don't understand what possesses them to think that they're in a position to be offering this sage wisdom. Where do you get off? Because when we look at the state of things right now, it's a pretty consistent trend that we're seeing that the progressive can't...
Only because the trend is only there because the pendulum is just simply swinging back in the other direction. This is what I said last October, the October before that. I said the Democrats were almost certainly going to win big in the midterms. They were almost certainly going to end up with the presidency in 2028. I would say most leftists actually think that that's going to happen. The issue is James Carville put out there something that a lot of people suspected Chuck Schumer was basically advocating for, was that the Democrats should keep their fucking head in the sand, allow Trump enough rope to hang the Republicans with, and just say nothing, do nothing, be completely, utterly risk averse. To me, and this is the challenge, but to me, what you're looking at is you're going to win on nothing other than we're just not them. You're going to get into office. You're not going to feel like you're in the position where you have to deliver on a goddamn thing because you didn't promise shit. And then ultimately, you're not going to deliver anything in 4 years. You'll only have squeaked out bare minimum majorities, 1 or 2 votes. You're going to go back to a scenario where 1 or 2 people can cost the entire agenda for whoever the president is in 2028. And then it's fucking Biden 2.0 all over again. Guess what? When we get fucking super mecha Hitler in 2032, they're going to have so much more of the game plan fucking charted out. They're going to absolutely know what they can get away with. Trump 2.0 was basically setting the fucking standards on like exactly how far you can push to turn around and basically have the Democrats like not fight, to figure out what the formula is to see how much you can get away with, and to have most of the existing like Democratic establishment just not fucking do anything and not fight. I'm curious why you say this, friend. Why would you say such a thing? It's not like he's my Lex Luthor, but in this scenario, I am Superman, so I think I'll at least I'll entertain what you're saying. It's just he's just wrong. He's just professionally fucking wrong. Constantly professionally fucking wrong. When he does talk and he does react to shit, he's great content because he's a wonderful sounding board. He says a dumb thing and then I can riff for like 10 minutes. And basically, to anyone listening, you know who the fuck sounds more correct.
Candidates, even though they're targeting like largely safe blue seats, they're underperforming relative to their Democratic Party.
Well, I mean, Hong actually hit the numbers, the vote share that she was expected to get. She didn't underperform. She performed. I don't know where the weird ass where that UMich voter guy got his shit. Ultimately, the notion Destiny and a bunch of other libs were running with like that the UMich voter guy essentially it was like a big conspiracy theory that the far left fucking participated in order to fuck Haley Stevens or whatever. That was like what Destiny was trying to run with. There was logs from DGG chat where he was field sourcing a tweet thread that he probably still has up right now, where he's talking about, this is the guy, these were the tweets, these were the people that retweeted the tweets. This was all conspiracy. They stole it from our queen. Haley has been wronged. Okay, Stephanie Gale. Huh. All right, well, anyway. I'm not even going to explain what the fuck I just saw. So, but again, right? All of this shit. Well, he got fucking doxxed and then he locked his account. He put his account on lock, basically.
Colleagues, why the is Mary Peltola up 5 points in Alaska? Why the fuck is James Tallarico up 3 or 4 points in Texas? Why is Iowa considered a competitive race?
Wait, but why are the polls perfect for his selected candidates, but the polls in advance were like, you can't believe it when it comes to the candidates he doesn't like? What happens when we get to the other side of some of these elections and you end up seeing the same repeated results? The suggestion is that the pollsters are crooked. The suggestion is that they're not performing where they need to be, as opposed to just suggesting that like some of these are just hard races to fucking figure out. That's what a lot of people were coming to the conclusion on, is like, you know, when the primaries are coming and there's so many different like variables as they come up, a lot of people they're not responding to calls anymore. They're not responding to texts the way they used to. The polling mechanisms that people were using aren't as like foolproof as they used to be. And in turn, a lot of these results are fucking weird. But he wants to use that ultimately as a means of saying that like the candidates he doesn't like or aren't any good. But the polling for his candidates, when they're good, that means that his candidates are fucking awesome. Like there's no consistency. There's no intellectual curiosity. It's just the numbers I like mean I'm right, and the numbers I don't like mean you're wrong.
And Abdul El-Sayed is like basically neck and neck in Michigan. Like, how does that make sense? And it of course makes sense if you do the populist thing where it's like, well, that's the Democratic Party's fault. Obviously, they just like Spanberg.
By and large, you don't have a lot of the libs with their knives out for Tallarico. They're not doing it because there's no connective tissue for trying to juice. Like Hasan hasn't gone near Tallarico, so none of the libs are saying anything negative about Tallarico. Hasan has gone near El-Sayed, and we now know for sure there is an entire social media ecosystem fueled by one little bitter gnome in the southern part of Florida that basically wants to make sure that race goes fucking south so that he can ultimately get the last laugh on his long hated arch rival. Fucking Bonercelli saw Syed win the fucking primary, and he just clenched his little tiny fist, got all kinds of mad, and was like,
"You son of a bitch. What the fuck's your problem? You get in my face with that, I'll beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch."
Except he's tiny and he can't fucking whip shit with an egg beater, but I digress.
Berger and Cheryl, Shapiro and Whitmer, these people just don't exist to them. And those are Democrats that are showing you how to have bipartisan appeal in competitive states. We should probably be looking to them to think like, how can
there's no difference. I'll say this. There's literally no difference in essentially how Tallarico is running from how El-Sayed is running. I don't necessarily think that like the only big difference I think is ultimately the naming of very specific policies. But Tallarico is running on, you're getting fucked by the people at the top. The people at the top need to pay better in taxes. We could be doing more for our voting base. He is running on left of center economic populism. The same as El-Sayed. El-Sayed, and even then, I think Tallarico, he's not as naming and shaming Israel to the extent that he is, but he is saying that what's happening in Gaza is a fucking atrocity. He is saying that the participating in the bombing is essentially not Christian-like, which is fucking inherently true. So there's not much there that makes those two different. So you have to look at other factors. Who is aligning to fucking like belittle and tear down and try to toss an anchor around El-Sayed's neck versus who's actually getting in the way of Tallarico?
Can we replicate their success? You can't copy paste the politics of Pennsylvania in, like Nevada. It's like there's different industries there, different cultures,
This is true. There's different industries and different cultures. However, the idea of what is it the people here want? What is important to the people? How do we go out and interface with the fucking common ass voter that you ultimately need in order to beat Republicans? And how do you, what is it you ask them? Maybe a Mamdani style plan about speaking directly to them and saying what are the things that matter, and then forming a campaign around that. It's not a left-right issue. It is a good governance to take a microphone, put it on the people in your constituency, and ask them basic questions, and then forming a campaign on the most common answers. It's not a left thing. It's a fucking Family Feud thing. Name the top five answers. What's important to you? Come on down.
Everything. But, you know, like you can glean some stuff, right? Like, of course, look to Mamdani and see what really propelled him from obscurity to national prominence. Of course, there's value there. And he's got, I think, something to show other Democrats. But I just, you know, their whole perspective, I just don't. I mean, it's just, there are just some profoundly incorrect assumptions that they work off of. And it just, the rest of their commentary
says you, because historically you have been a bandwagon jumper. You have been historically, classically late to the fucking party. You have time and again been like, well, no, Biden can't go anywhere. And then the moment Biden drops out and picks Kamala, guys, I'm really excited about this. I really think Kamala's going to go places. You were neutral towards Mamdani, even though you were taking pot shots constantly. And then as soon as Mamdani actually went in front of Trump and talked to him, you were glazing the shit out of him. You didn't like Plattner, but as soon as Plattner got past the primary up until that final allegation came out, you were giving money to Plattner. You gave money to Plattner. I didn't even fucking do that. You are a late stage bandwagon jumping motherfucker. You don't have any sense for what actually makes a good campaign. You said so yourself when you were talking to Ryan Getty. I don't know what really works. Like, no shit, Skeezix. Yeah, you couldn't have fucking framed it better.
It springs from that, and that's why it just triggers me so much.
What was it? Trump ran on Make America Great. America's already great.
Yes, and I would even argue like the whole MAGA thing. You know, at one point Biden, it wasn't just MAGA; it was extreme MAGA.
Oh, yeah.
All you're basically saying to people is this guy's not the establishment.
Yeah.
And we are.
Yes.
And when people
like, but that's the other thing too, and that was something that Sam said on numerous occasions. Coming up with a framework where like, especially like Midas Touch, Mockler, all the fucking like the YouTube libs, even Pisco, I've always thought this was a fucking mistake. The idea of you're like, we need to fight MAGA. I am singularly focused on MAGA, mega MAGA. We got to get the mega MAGA people, the MAGA-ist of the MAGA, the dark MAGA. What about the Republicans? Well, I'm focused on MAGA. You've created this other permission structure to where the tiniest bit of temporary appeasement from a Republican gives them an out, gives them an ability to seem like good guys. A willingness to do a collab with your shittiest, most sex-pesty fucking lib streamer immediately puts some of these Republicans into a better perceived category to where you'll fucking cover for them and cope and cape for them. But then when the time comes, if given any power, these motherfuckers would vote to take shit away from you in a fucking heartbeat. The idea should be you take Trump's gross unpopularity, insane levels of unpopularity, and you hang that around the neck of every single Republican politician. You shouldn't want a strong Republican Party. You should want the Republicans fucking gone. Every last one of them voted out of office. You should want them all gone. If you don't, you're a liar. If you don't, you're a fucking dumbass. The winning part is supposed to be where there's no Republicans. But I've seen some of these dipshit fucking internet libs, these Twitter libs, talking about, well, you need two parties because without a second party, blah, 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 blah. So you want, how many Republicans then in the House and the Senate are like your ideal number? How many do you want to see? How many Republicans are you willing to fucking vote for, dipshit, if you're going to go that fucking route? Well, I think at least a quarter of because you need to have a wide array of people that are willing to vote to take away fucking. If we don't have enough votes to take away Social Security, then do we really have a democracy at that point? Like, this shit is so fucking dumb.
want change,
yes,
they're going to go with the outsider that you're saying he's the outsider.
The beauty of doing a show with someone like yourself is you've just hosted us, anchored us into what I wanted to talk about next, which is a perfect segue. You mentioned the Democratic Party and lessons to be learned. We're speaking not long after multiple primary wins by leftists, Abdul al-Sayed being the biggest primary win of 2026 by a country.
There's a bit of a premature victory lap here because that is not a done deal. You know, obviously, if you support a candidate and they win a primary, you're going to want to celebrate that and tout that accomplishment. But you got to win the general, and there is wide consensus, you know, even outside of the Democratic Party, that Michigan is a bit. You know, most Democrats right now that are paying attention to what the numbers are showing us are nervous about Michigan. It's, you know, obviously, if they're going to be shit talking, you know, like Hillary Clinton or whatever, it's not enough to win a primary. You got to win that general. And Rogers seems like a strong candidate. Obviously, I don't like his politics. You know, obligatory caveat there that should go without saying. But when I listen to him speak, he sounds like a more serious person than you know, like Lindsey Graham's sister or whatever.
Country mile, winning a Senate primary.
Elaborate. What are these assumptions you speak of? The main assumption that they work off of.
The entirety of all of this shit, I understand that's a joke, but the entirety of all of this shit was always so stupid because there's never any thought towards the long-term harm of like Epstein versus a fill in the blank Republican, right? Like that conversation, and this is something that like we've seen the results of even from someone like a Manchin. When you have someone that you can point to and say that person is bad or that person cost people benefits, when that occurs over and over again, like ultimately it takes away from the long-term outlook or the optics for the party. The shittiest Democrat is still better than the shittiest Democrat is still better than the best Republican, but at the same time, a shitty Democrat affects the entirety of the party for a long time because people go, it might have just been Manchin as to why we didn't get something, but the party should have been able to have an answer for that. So yeah, that game of like Hitler versus Republican or whatever the fuck, it's like there are supposed to be things where you turn around and you go, yeah, I'm not voting for that. Like, I'm not voting for that. The Adolf with a giant D next to his name is still Adolf Hitler. Epstein is still Epstein. The fact that fucking this dipshit turned around and was like, well, what is his domestic policy? Well, his domestic policy is child sex trafficking. That's his domestic policy. It's his foreign policy. His foreign policy is child sex trafficking, and also combined with international arms sales and power brokering and espionage. That's his foreign and domestic policy. He's also big on real estate, especially places where you can hide a lot of bodies. So that's some of his local that's some of Epstein's local policy, domestic policy.
Is that their politics, which is to say very left-wing politics, are broadly popular and palatable, and you can use their strategy in safe blue districts and safe blue states, and you can run on that strategy everywhere. And you can awaken the spirit of FDR in the year 2026 if you just run on really left-wing policy and anti-establishment.
It's not stop saying that. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. It's not left wing. It's not left wing. That was the same thing that North did over and over again. Left wing. Gotta do left wing. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ultimately, it's fucking meaningless. That doesn't mean anything. You got to do left wing. Do left wing. What does that mean? It has everything to do with asking the voters what the fuck they actually want and coming up with things. Granted, I'm going to admit something's wild here. It's a little bit harder to do at a national level, but what the fuck do people want? And then convey to them in a very straightforward manner how you're going to do it. When you start saying everything with the fucking tax cut, tax credit, tax rebate, and specifically aiming the bulk of your big ticket items towards shit that people don't think are ever going to apply to them. People are selfish. They are. If you're stuck in an apartment and you don't think you're ever going to be able to afford a fucking home, and they're going to give you a percentage towards part of a down payment, but when you can't, what if your credit's fucked? There's so many different avenues there where you could be like, that's still not going to help me. I'm not interested. There's got to be something there that makes people go, I want that shit. And if you're not doing that, it doesn't matter, left wing, right wing, whatever the fuck. At least when it comes to right wing shit, what is that? What does that essentially boil down to? We will make the minority suffer. Right wingers love that to the extent that when they're fucking racist. That's why Republicans fucking run on that shit 24/7. But what does left wing mean? It doesn't have to be left wing. Just fucking figure out a way to do good governance and offer someone a package that they actually look at and they want. It's literally that straightforward. Oh, but what about, the fucking Chamber of Commerce? Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you.
Establishment rhetoric, and their assumption is that the public is just clamoring for their politics, which contradicts like all the data that we have.
What data, dumb fuck? Oh, Kamala was too much of a liberal. In this day and age, that doesn't mean leftist. It doesn't mean she's too left wing. And also, she wasn't left wing in the right fucking areas, big dog. People had this notion of it being the sort of SJW Karen form of liberal. That was what that is. There was nothing that she was presenting that was fucking left at all. And even he said, right? There's a synthesis between like what I'm saying and what he's admitted to. He said that she offered her economic shit was like too milquetoast technocratic. Well, what the fuck does that sound like to you? Liberal. She was too liberal. Too fucking means-tested bullshit. You know what I heard numerous times? And one of them was from the damnedest place. And it was a little racist on my behalf, I'll admit. Hold on a sec. And it's not to say that like African-American people can't be Republican. Not what I'm saying. But I heard something. I heard the first half and my brain paused. I don't even know if I can find this clip. Hold on. I heard the first half, my brain paused, and then I heard the second half, and then it made sense. Hold on, is it this?
When Trump too, a sexy red, people talk about.
There's a rap artist.
I'm dead.
Why don't they talk about
you
him?
trying to call them sexy reds?
I'm just saying. Hey, do you think more people are going to support Trump?
I'm entirely too white to say black people. I'm sorry, I can't do it. My whiteness will not allow me to feel that comfortable. I have to be too clinically analytical, I think. Something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll work on it. I will take your advice. I will take your advice under advisement.
Trump now in the hood or no?
Yeah, they support him in the hood. Cause at first I don't think people was fucking with him like they thought he was racist, saying little shit and against women. But once he started getting black people out of jail and giving people their free money.
Boom. I'm sorry. What is that? You can't go left wing? You can't if you do enough left wing economic shit, it's not gonna work? What did she just say? Hold on.
People was fucking with him like they thought he was racist, saying little shit and, against women. But once he started getting black people out of jail and giving people their free money, we love Trump. We need him back in office.
Yeah, a little bit of free money goes a long way.
We need him back.
I heard that shit in that first half. There was, I vaguely remember, hold on. Just everybody pause. When I heard this, I don't remember when this was, 2 years ago. I heard this shit 2 years ago and I was like, I heard the first half. She's like, we need Trump back. And I was like, the fuck? What the fuck is she saying? And then the second half hit my ear and I went, oh, wait, that makes sense. She gave another interview that was very close to this, but this was this was the language I was looking for. But she did another interview very close to this. And she goes, well, yeah, we could use another one of those stimmy checks. People want fucking security. They like financial security. They want to help. And when you give people at the fucking bottom money, guess what they do? They spend that shit. They don't hoard it. When you give it to the people at the fucking top, They sit on it. They buy back stocks. They do shit that is useless for the fucking economy. Can't do. If we just do more left-wing economic policy, everybody will wake up to blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, they're saying Trump is a communist. Kamala called Trump a communist. But you have people, like, I understand her music. I can't play some of her shit. I think it's funny. I think some of her shit is funny as fuck, but I can't play it. But what I can say, people with like somewhat more baseline normie understandings of like politics and shit that don't really they don't fuck with an 8-hour Hasan broadcast, and they're not trying to read fucking Twitter accounts of David Dayen and fucking Ryan Grimm and shit like that all day. People like this, they just know I had more money back then than I do now. I want the other guy back. That's it. That's it. That's the open and shut. So when you look at Kamala and go, what the fuck are you going to do for me? And she's like, first time homeowners will get a 25% tax credit towards a first time home purchase if your last name falls between the letters of A and M on the January through fucking June in the even years following 2026. Kiss my fucking ass. That does nothing for me. I don't care. They only want to offer you enough shit to make it sound like it's something, but ultimately they're leaning heavily into, we're not the Republicans and they're going to cost you democracy and we're going to make sure democracy continues. It's like, bitch, I'm broke. I'm broke. I ain't got no money. Give me money. Give me money. I'll vote for you. Money me. Money now. Hold on. This is... You want to know? Hold on. Here. This is how you win in every state. Okay? And this is guaranteed going to kill my fucking VOD.
I can't do this. Get the money part, all right? Just get the money part done. Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now. That was Charlie's line.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Do you do it in the form of direct payments? Maybe not. But if you start going, hey, we're going to make sure this one thing is cheaper, guaranteed. Yesterday, I announced that as president, I'll establish a Green New Deal program for the white working class who open a distillery that operates for 3 days in the Eastern Seaboard. Anyway, back to dipshit here.
There's just not a very compelling argument, a data-driven argument, to support their claim or their assumption about the electorate. And in fact...
Okay. There's just no data for that. Well, I showed you a fucking data-driven claim that an embargo would have helped win most of the swing states. At least one swing state, which her bitch ass didn't fucking do. And you ignored those numbers.
There's a lot of data that shows the opposite. It shows that, well, actually, part of the reasons why the Democratic Party brand is struggling so much is because the public perceives the Democratic Party as having their politics and like practicing politics in the way that they do. And yet, you know, when they present their theory of the case, it's just so smugly like wrong. It's
not that it's wrong. It is entirely that it's smug. That was something that Pisco ended up telling me. Because you asked this question, how many swing states did Kamala win? And it's like you're twisting the knife in our back. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that hurts. That should hurt, because you should be critical of every fucking candidate that comes after. You should not be making any fucking excuses for them whatsoever. When they fail to meet the moment, you should absolutely never, ever, ever, ever give them a fucking chance again. She had every opportunity. She had every fucking opportunity, and she picked Wall Street over us. Bernie had the same fight and the same fucking message, and he went from total obscurity to having a pretty goddamn good chance. So much so that the second time around, they had to fucking circle up the wagons to block Big Burn Dog from even having a shot. But he had a good fucking shot on the second time. I'm not one of those people that argues that he got fucked in 2016. I understand. I know all the fucking talking points and shit. but he damn sure did in 2020. What they did in 2020 was anti-democratic, 100%. But if you're sitting there and you're feeling some kind of way, you got sour grapes because fucking people that were screaming beforehand that said she's not going to win, and then she didn't win, and now you still, as the debate pervert that you are, want to have these fucking panels, and every panel needs somebody for you to fucking argue with and for you to spar with. And when that person says, when they go, well, what right do you as a leftist have in order to say that Kamala was wrong? And then when they turn around and say, well, how many fucking swing states did she win? She needed to do that strategy? Well, how many swing states did it get her? Did she win the popular vote? All right, then shut the fuck up. All of this language, this fucking peacocking and this holier than thou bullshit, because the status quo has been on your side because I'm not going to say peacecoat, but this motherfucker, because you're a bootlicker, because ultimately you want to sit there and be uncritical of the people that are supposed to be working for you, but you want to do free work for them. You little bastard. You're going to sit there and be like, our side that has always had all of the advantages and all of the money and all of the support has done better numbers than your side that has always advocated for the broke people. And you think that's a good talking point, you silly bitch. That's crazy.
That's wrong.
Narrowly, yes, but some would argue doesn't matter how narrow it was. He took out $60 million of spending, the endorsements of the entire party establishment. He wins. Chris Robb wins in Pennsylvania. Malak Kuros wins in Colorado. Claire Valdez and Brad
We're at
Lander.
7 DSA members are going to be Congress people this year.
According to my colleague Prem Tech, I think it's 9 total self-professed socialists, because Brad Lander is no longer DSA, but he does identify as a Democratic Socialist.
Correct.
So you've got about 9 socialists will be in the House in January by Prem's count. So that's just an interesting phenomenon, but also the lessons.
Look at the sour grapes on his sad little face. And here's the other thing. Where was the commentary on any of those races before those people even fucking announced? Where was them paying attention to any of this shit? They weren't. They were watching Hasan videos. They were formulating what clips to run with. They were fucking trying to make a Ox fucking timeline. They were hoping that they'd get a good Hasan dunk so that they could start passing that shit around. Yeah, Dan Goldberg. IRI is a fucking colossal liar, by the way. Him sitting there saying that Goldberg agreed that it was a genocide. No, the fuck he didn't. That was something that all the way through the primary, they were dogging that motherfucker because he never said it. They wanted time with their representative, and their representative wouldn't even fucking talk to them, so that motherfucker got voted out. Oh, Dan Goldman. Sorry. I don't know. I don't remember the name of losers, and he lost, so get fucked.
Learned from Democrats about change, populism, anti-establishment messaging. I think that's really important.
Policy isn't popular in a capital city like New York City. He only won because it's a blue district. It's it's his media team. I know he's doing good work, but every demographic, but he's a socialist way. Why don't those people build high-speed rail in 6 months? We need to concede more to the right. Some bald guy that's not Hooker Point. Oh, this one's for you.
But what do you say, given we've talked about the Tea Party in 2010, as both of us are old enough to remember that period, what do you say to this common line now, which is, this is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment. What's happening now? This is the Democrats' Tea Party. And remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say?
I've said this 1,000 times, and I hate it. I hate the language. The Republican Tea Party was astroturfed. It was astroturfed, and it was still ultimately designed to push negative outcomes. It was designed to push deregulation and tax cuts and a bunch of Republican libertarian bullshit. It was a bad thing. It was bad. It was bad. It was not authentic. It was not genuine. When you sit here and say that this is now time for the Democratic Tea Party, I don't like that shit, because also, like he said, the first Tea Party didn't fucking end well, and the Tea Party itself only has negative connotation. This should be seen as a fucking good thing. Herschel Walker, yeah, fuck that guy too.
Say to that line of argument.
A, I would say, like, what do you mean it didn't work out?
Well, Sarah Palin.
Oh, Oh, my king, my fucking king. What do you mean it didn't work out? Do you know what he's about to say? And do you know why he's 100% right? Because it paved, first of all, it paved the way for fucking Trump. It ended up garnering them a lot of power. Republicans, so this is why like Hutch is really fucking stupid when it comes to this, because the one thing that he said is like, well, the Republicans have won, but now they have to govern. They don't give a fuck about governing. They're a minoritarian obstructionist party. They don't want to govern. They don't give a fuck about governing. The idea is get into office, carve shit up, sell shit off, run systems into the ground, run services into the ground, privatize shit. And if they lose, doesn't matter. They've done the damage. They've gotten the fucking spoils. They've gotten the fucking reward. All they got to do is, there's something else. It's called the two Santa Claus principle. Okay. Republicans and Democrats each have their own Santa Claus that they run on. They say, Republicans say, if you get me into office, Santa Claus is going to come and he's going to bring tax cuts and deregulation. And Democrats say, Santa Claus, if you elect us, Santa Claus is going to come and he's going to bring social safety spending, social safety nets. We're going to make your life a little bit better. Not a lot better, mind you, fucking because they're the Democrats, but it's going to be somewhat better. But here's the trick. Here's the neat trick. Republicans, when they get in, they fuck the economy up. And when Democrats get back in, they have to like fix it. And they can't do any of the fucking social safety net shit, because what's the one question? You guys know what this question is. How are you going to pay for it? The economy, though. The economy's bad. The debt, the deficit. Oh my God. So they'll fix like the deficit or whatever. We'll never get I think it's like the debt's never going to get fixed ever because we're fucked. But they'll get like the deficit down. And then because they'd never implemented anywhere near the amount of shit that they said they were going to. And the most important thing is they didn't communicate where the stumbling blocks were. By the time the first 4 years is up, people go, well, what the fuck did you do? What did you do for me? And they don't really have a lot to say. So what happens? The Republicans get back in because they point out your life isn't any better. But it's like a never-ending vicious fucking cycle. It's a self-licking ice cream cone. Because of the way that they play off each other, the Republicans are always kicking the legs out from underneath what altruistic Democrats would always be trying to do. Because there's no money. And we run off this belief of like, how are you going to pay for it? Matters when it's something to fund schools or fucking, anything related to healthcare. None of that shit. Like, that has to be answered 17 different ways. But when it comes to blowing something the fuck up, oh, brother, you'll get Democrats line up for that shit even after they said that the war was bad. They'll turn around and say, well, we're already in it now. We have to do it. The priorities are fucked. But that's why this shit keeps going back and forth. Now, Sam is about to say that the Tea Party, what do you mean it was a failure? It did all of the things that Republicans care about. Tax cuts and deregulation. It undercut the fuck out of Obama. 100%. The fuck you mean? It was successful. That's a great point. And Hutch is going to have a fucking fit about it. God, I love him because he sucks so bad that he's just a fountain of content.
The Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
I would say, like, what do you mean it didn't work out?
Well, Sarah Palin.
See, that to me, it's like, that's frustrating. I'm still hanging on, like, I still find Sam Cedar charming. I like his general style and vibe. It's just some of the words that come out of his mouth fill me with the fire of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, but the problem is the stuff that comes out of his mouth, you can't refute unless you come up with some cockamamie bullshit out of Claude. Sam is our uncle, but Hutch, Sam is your daddy. He's your daddy, boy. You be nice to your daddy, boy, because that's Sam. When you think of your daddy, your real daddy is Sam. That's what's going on right there. That's your daddy, boy. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, but you can keep bitching all you want, but you can't refute what the fuck he's saying.
Kind of like rage. But apart from that, Big fan. But no, I still consider him to be like someone who influenced me quite a bit on my own journey. And so like
Fuck Conduit. This guy's such a fucking little wormy fuck. Oh my god. He's another awesome one. I gave him VIP and he ran from the channel. Oh, he's another one. I want to talk to him so bad. I would be so nice. I would be so fucking super. Listen to me. If somehow Conduit sees this, I would be so nice. I want you to come here and I just want to ask you questions. And I just want to talk to you because I think you're a neat person. You're a very neat person and you have a lot to say. And I want to hear anything that you have to say. Because I think you're special. You're unique. You have a voice and that voice should be heard. And I want to hear it.
I guess I have like a fondness for those kinds of people. I've kind of moved away from a lot of Noam Chomsky's stuff, but he was huge.
I mean, I've moved away from a lot of Noam Chomsky's stuff, but probably not for the same reason that I'd vote for Epstein over there is fucking moving away from Chomsky's stuff. He's moving away from Chomsky's stuff because he just doesn't believe in any sort of leftish fucking principles or policy or dynamics whatsoever. He won't let go of any sort of leftist moniker, but he's still like clinging to that. But it's I heard as soon as the fucking Epstein shit came out, I'm like, all right, we're not mentioning that fucking guy anymore. I had watched his Requiem for the American Dream like 3 times on stream because I thought it was so fucking good. And then after that shit came out, I'm like, Chomsky is dead to me now. His daughter is fucking dope, but until I hear otherwise, but like we don't talk about Noam anymore. Gnomes are things you put in your garden. That's it.
Hugely influential and inspiring me to want to learn more about the world.
Good one.
World and my place in it. When he said stuff like, what did he just say?
Remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
I would say, like, what do you mean it didn't work out?
Like if you cover politics for a living, you should know the answer to that question. Let me ask you guys in chat. If you were to highlight the ways that the Tea Party movement and the anti-establishment kind of populist wave that Trump rode on and capitalized on, if you were to describe the ways that has hurt the Republican Party, what would you say? I'm testing you guys. There's an answer to
this, but it's not the one that he's going to understand. Sam is ultimately, I'm almost positive, Sam is going to say something along the lines of they were successful in obstructing or blocking. It gave fuel to the ability to fucking completely clip Obama's wings when it came to a lot of shit. It's going to be something along those lines. Or, and I don't 100% remember, but I would say there's probably something there about demanding tax cuts and fucking deregulation, the same shit that Republicans always want. And anytime you can achieve that as a concession, you never get it back. You never get it added back to the fucking, to like tax legislation and shit. So once it's achieved, you never go back in the other direction. It takes a fucking miracle to do that. So that would be the other thing that I would point to. As long as you score those, even if it does long-term harm, the short-term elements of it, fucking absolutely. Well, the abortion shit didn't come till later, and I don't really think that was a Tea Party thing. But yeah, let's see. He's going to say something like it caused a lot of chaos. Here's why what he's going to say doesn't matter. He's going to say something along the lines of like, it caused a lot of chaos and it made it so that they couldn't hold on to seats or something like that. But that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because when you basically say that it costs Republican seats, you have no understanding of what it is Republicans are there to do. You don't understand what the job of being a Republican is. They don't mind a revolving door. They don't mind any of that shit. It's everything to do with like fucking up the works, stopping things from it being achieved, and then making it so that like the rich don't have to put as much into the government in the form of like taxes and shit. Changing tax policy for the long term. That's what this shit is. And if you say anything other than that, you're fucking dumb.
To this question, a quantifiable answer to this question. I'm not getting the answer. You guys disappoint me. I think you could go into so many details about how the MAGA movement has hurt the Republican Party.
But this isn't about MAGA, dipshit. It has everything to do with the fucking Tea Party. Are you going to sit there and say that the Tea Party was the early version of MAGA or something? Nobody even saw that fucking coming, dumbass.
I think the current moment kind of perfectly illustrates how Trump and MAGA has, ultimately hurt the party. You can point to significant policy wins and institutional wins, and those matter. Don't get me wrong, having a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court, that's pretty cush spot for Republicans. They got their tax cuts that they've been claiming.
I really don't hear an answer. He hasn't clarified. He jumped immediately to post 2016 Trump and MAGA. He's not tying this back to the Tea Party. Sam is completely correct.
Forward for decades. Those are the two big things, if we're being honest. Like, those are the two big wins for them. And those are big wins. Acknowledging that, look at the state of the Republican Party right now. The problem with Trump and MAGA is that is not a durable political movement.
Wait, hold on.
Don't get me describe. You cover politics for a living. You should know the answer to that question.
The question is, how did Mehdi Hasan says that the Tea Party movement didn't end well for the Republicans. Sam said, what do you mean it wasn't successful? Hutch goes on to talk about Trump and MAGA. He never answers the question. It lasted 10 years already. That's 2 years longer than Obama's coalition. Well, there's also that. But no, he didn't answer the question.
Let me ask you guys in chat. If you were to highlight the ways that the Tea Party movement and the anti-establishment kind of populist wave that Trump...
No. So he's combining the two. That's what it was. He's combining the two. He's saying Tea Party and MAGA, and then ultimately MAGA is in shambles right now in the year of our Lord 2026. That's fucking stupid. That's stupid because these aren't the same movement.
Rode on and capitalized on. If you were to describe the ways that has hurt the Republican Party, what would you say? I'm testing you guys. There's an answer to.
But all he's doing ultimately, I'm gonna go back 30 seconds. He's doing the thing that I said. Oh, they don't have as good of numbers. They don't have good seats. They're gonna lose seats. Yeah, dipshit. And then they'll be back in 4 years because that's the game we play in this country. They were able to gut things. They gutted shit. And the ability to strike down a service, it can happen very quickly. It doesn't take a lot. The ability to restore it takes a lot. The voting to put something back that has been obliterated, that takes a fucking lot, and it takes time. Cutting it down, very quick. Can happen very quick. Restoring it, Jesus, we're in a tough spot. We can't really restore everything that Trump did. That's what fucking Biden ended up doing. Oh, there's a lot of facets. There's a lot of nuance.
Conservative majority Supreme Court, that's pretty cush spot for Republicans. They got their tax cuts that they've been clamoring for decades. Those are the two big things, if we're being honest. Those are the two big wins for them. And those are big wins. Acknowledging that, look at the state of the Republican Party right now. The problem with...
Yeah, doesn't matter, dipshit. Doesn't matter, because that's what they want. And when they get it, it keeps them alive. Those bones that they throw, the tax cuts, that's enough right there to stay billionaire funded for quite a while to come, because they showed the results that they needed. When the Democrats turn around and they don't show the results to the American people that we need, we are less inclined to vote for them. When the Democrats get kicked out of office because they did the tax cuts and because they fucked up the economy for the poors, the billionaires love that shit, and then they will fund their fucking campaigns in the future.
Trump and MAGA is that is not a durable political movement. It's a cult of personality. It's all cynically driven.
He's so stupid.
By one malignant narcissist who is purely motivated by ego. He doesn't care about the Republican Party. He wants to win elections, and he wants his endorsed candidates to win elections only because he sees them as a reflection of him. It's all about victory and success and perceived victory and success for him. He doesn't care about He's not thinking about, I want a healthy Republican Party after I leave and pass my legacy on to the next, leader. He's not thinking about that. And so, like, how could that possibly lead to a durable political? So what does he do?
This is so naive. It's so naive because you think it's like, well, they just want to govern. They want long-term legacy governance to show that they fucking did things with the country and blah, 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 blah. That's not, they're on the payroll. They're on the payroll. They have a specific job. They get that to happen. And if they lose, they know they're going to be right back. There's a revolving door for lobbyists, you dumb fuck.
Before he's even sworn in to office, when he wins his second election and is now like working towards his inevitable end in like politics in that way, when he's no longer
first of all, he's the forever president of the Board of Peace, so he's not going anywhere. That's one. Two, given your specific track record for calling out like making these sorts of political calls, taking your bat and pointing at the horizon with your fucking prognostications, I 1000% should not fucking go there if I were you, because you just basically guaranteed we get a third run.
longer concerned about winning any kind of re-election. He doesn't even wait until he's inaugurated before announcing his shitcoin, where it's just one of the most blatantly corrupt things a politician has ever done. The shitcoin. I mean, we're seeing levels of brazen corruption that well eclipse what we saw in the first term. They're going full send. Insider trading, like, what is it like? You can pay $100,000 to get early access to his like Truth Social posts, and there's some market manipulation going on there. And and so, and then what are the consequences of that? Well, the Republican Party are getting just decimated, just absolutely decimated. And it didn't take that long. Nobody was having a serious conversation a year ago about the Democrats possibly winning back the Senate. Nobody was thinking about that. Nobody was thinking about Texas and Iowa.
So again, I'm done with this. It's the pendulum shift. If the Democrats refuse to run on anything as a party, they don't have a party message. If they don't have something that is bold, fucking takes a little bit of risk, fucking, shows a vision for the horizon, they're never going to build long-term power, have long-term majorities. We will never get that moment. It's not going to fucking happen. The DSA, at least, those candidates, if any of the establishment Dems are smart, they will at least try to take 10% of the fucking goals, synthesize it in such a way that you don't necessarily bleed Wall Street dry, come up with something that at least is like a baby step in that direction, and then they'll try to put that in front of the American people, and maybe we got a shot at like baby steps on the horizon. Otherwise, you're basically hoping that they have a good first term, and then they could use some of that notoriety to help get more people in 2028 and in 2030. But all of this fucking shit he's saying is like, it's so dumb. Yeah, guess what? Trump bad. Trump do bad things. But the moment that you stagnate because a million reasons, political capital, the Democrats are keeping their powder dry, all of these fucking cliches that you've heard a million times before. But ultimately, it's because they don't want to piss off their fucking people that are filling their campaign coffers. When they stagnate and they don't get shit done and they don't communicate as to where the obstacles were, then the Republicans are going to get back in 2 years later, 4 years later. It's going to happen. So all of this shit is fucking dumb. They're going to keep trying to figure out ways to just bleed the country. The Democrats will continue to kind of march in the same direction. The goal of capitalist Dems, liberal capitalist Democrats, is to basically go in the same direction as Republicans, but they want to make sure that like all the rough edges on that road towards profitization of literally every aspect of life, they want to make sure that those rough edges get smoothed out. They don't want you to get snagged because they want you to be good worker drones so that you can keep, feeding data centers all of your information so that they could build a super hive mind or whatever dumb fuck techno dystopia that we're heading towards. But yeah, he doesn't, there's clearly, he wants to talk about the past, but like, he's got no understanding for like what's happened what's happened with the country, what the goals of the Republican Party actually are. He thinks it's like, even Republicans are like, no, we want to just do good things as well, but for conservatives, we want to do conservative good things. And they're like, oh, shucks, we lost. It's like, no, when they pull off some massive mammoth drain of the economy in favor of the fucking C-suite, that's it. They did their job. If they get voted out of office at that point, it's like they would like to stay in, sure, but they did the thing. There's a fucking fat, cushy fucking reward waiting for them somewhere. They're going to get a job somewhere that's going to be a piece of cake. They're going to still get to visit Congress as much as they want. They'll get all the support necessary to run again. That's not a defeat. They gutted social safety nets. They fucked up the fucking tax structure. They won. They won. You sitting there thinking, well, look what's going to happen to them now. It just shows that you're not fucking paying attention. Dumbass. And on that note, okay, I'll be back tomorrow. You know, thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the subs. I never understand why you guys spend any money on me whatsoever, but when you do, I'm always grateful. I'm always appreciative.
He stood unshaken.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Voice in the storm. A man of conviction.
Be nice to somebody tomorrow. Help somebody take out the trash. Fucking carry a bag for somebody. Everybody's struggling with some dumb shit that they fucking, and they're just stuck in their own little like hate bubble. And taking like a moment to like help somebody out. The dumbest, smallest gesture can like be the thing that like completely changes somebody's outlook. You can be an actual hero tomorrow for taking 5 minutes of your time and just helping someone in your vicinity. And then even if your day sucks, their day can end up being like really cool because you decided to help. And then maybe your day ends up a little bit better. Anyway, you know the drill. Toodles doodles. Later, Gator.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the